Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show. Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Yep. EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chuck ENTDEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. You know, like, share, and subscribe. And hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now.
This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
It was made just for me.
Man, I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this. Don't try to stop this. Niggas fall down like you spitting out some hot shit. I'ma melt your bones down to the floor. If any man coming through swinging fofo,
You gon' catch an elbow from my kinfolk. We don't give a damn, we gon' smoke more dope. You can't keep up with my speech. You gon' get beat down to the street.
nigga preach when I come with the sermon. Niggas didn't learn their lesson, but now they burning. Tossing and turning, cause you can't sleep. We decreased your earnings, now your crew can't eat.
Can't eat. Talk about it was a studio leak. Maybe it's cause your lyrics so weak. I heard Mo out a Little Bo Peep.
Plus your boy sucking dick on the late night creep. I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sounds like it was made just for me.
Man, I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
and say, what the fuck is this? When I take a trip to the abyss and meet the beast, I'm coming back with it. That's gold words coming from a spectacular man that froze when he found out he had a black hole where his soul's supposed to be. That's no way to see eternity. Maybe you believe, but some achieve the predicate and still proceed to think evil deeds. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Hit niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. You sending black and when the bottom of the ninth inning smack, he bleeds. The cat's whack, send him back. Cause he ain't suffered enough, hustled enough, scuffle and cuff his hand to a cop. Nothing discussed, cutting his nuts to his cock. Something to shot, a spark out your heart when you stop jogging in the park. And you meet a nigga dog that bites bark, buds spilling on the sidewalk. Staying in the light is smart despite staying on course, of course, cause the smell of death escapes and not a corpse is rough. Top half man and I'll be damned if that bottom half horse. Hush, lost souls rushing to touch the black hole, wishing to be just gagging and fuss, cause the demon face leaking pus. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. What can I say? Lay in my bed at night like it's a grave. Listen to the voices in my mind misbehave. Best to be glad that my mind is awake. Voices taking over days makes me afraid. I dare not go to sleep cause the voices make me weak. If I reach out for the light, then I know they're gonna speak through mutilated teeth. I fumigated beef. I treat my lady sweet. Why do I gotta shriek in the night? Think I'm living right? My insomnia is bringing me to ride. Lunatic lyrical things to keep me from my dreams. I wake up and I scream. Reality to me ain't really what it seems. Imagine an old set scene when you woke up with a cold sweat scream. Roll over on the floor, now you know what death means. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Hey, 6 niggas. Feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'm digging your wife, she playing my mic. She really so nice, I call her my light. I say we off light, cause we stay up all night. Bet you ain't know she to take it all tight. Tell her, bend it over, let me take a small bite. Been waiting since October, see that ass fall right. Looking around the room, see passport eyes. And adrenaline feeling like a NASCAR ride. When the people ask about this, your ass gon' lie. Cause the truth is you did what you do in your life. Can't nobody tell you what to do with your life. Girl, gon' turn it over cause I know what you like. It's hard in the color of the asphalt, right? Just lay back and wonder what the past was like. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I ain't feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Let me tell you a little something about life. Win, lose or draw, I'm still taking your life. I mean, if you ever wanna fucking come in my sight, can you scream like you never screamed in your life? Flip it on over, gon' do it like this. Not riding with a soldier, then you ride against it. Looking from the other side, make your stomach get sick. Every person scheming, thinking he the one to get rich. Ever sit and really think what you would do with one wish? And if you knew afterward, you'd be sleeping with fish. Style will be done, here we come. Bearing gifts, these images make you wanna grab your crucifix. It's getting dark outside, no sleeping past 6. Not living in fear, cause that's really not it. If you owe me something, Nick, better give me my shit. If you owe me something, Nick, better give me my shit. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'ma get inside, I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life, I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Sliding on in, this is it, instant win. If hip hop broke wrong, some fix it then. Take real life shit, go ahead and mix it in. Not just streets unless that's where you sleeping in. They hungry out there, that's why we eating in. Honestly, don't even let the church deacon in. Blasphemous if you think I'm speaking sin. Survival is a must for all the creatures in. If you feeling life's tough, then you probably need a fin. Have a sucker, popsicle or something, take it in. Sharp teeth, eat meat, origin involvement. Why the UFC give you more than a grin? Why you take a seat when the foraging begin? Why you gotta creep just horn in the wind? I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Goring with a pen. I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Goring with a pen. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. You sending black, and when the bottom of the ninth in the smack, you police the cat's wax, send them back. Wax, send them back.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. Don't take my word for it. Look that shit up, please. How y'all doing, man? How y'all feel? What's going on? What's on your hearts? I feel good. Last show of the week should be interesting. I got a plan for today's show. Let's see what happens. Oh, let me start off with this. On the cool, like I'm feeling disgruntled and I'm feeling kind of like defeated. I ain't gonna lie. And it's YouTube got me feeling that way. And I've been putting a lot of money into this show, and this show costs a pretty good amount of money to just do, like without even the ads. The ads are on top, but like tonight we're streaming Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. So I have to pay for the StreamYard that broadcasts. I have to pay for the Anchor Spotify account. What is it? Man, whatever. I keep going down the list. It'd be bore y'all to death, but it's a you know what I'm saying is it's costing me a lot to do the show, and then it's like I'm also feeling defeated because YouTube has been, you know, they basically killed my YouTube channel. So but I ain't the only one they've done it to, but I could use some help. So if you guys want to support the show, send some money to the King Chuck ENT Cash App. That's all I'm saying. I never do this. I try not to do this, but I'm just saying, you know, if you guys support the channel, it would help. What up, Deuce? What else? So today, the name of the show is 9 is Completion. So the thing is, it's been 9 months since I've been doing the show, over 9 months. And so I want to kind of look back on the journey that we've taken. And, I feel like, like I said, I feel like the show is really does help people, So we're going to take a look at that. Hopefully we get Pat and Deuce in here and we can watch. What I want to do is watch some of our old videos and do commentary on our commentary. Just kind of a look back because, like I say, it's 9 months. And then the number 9 kind of jumped out at me. And it's like 9 as the number of completion. You know what I mean? So I'll probably come back at the 12th month to it for a year and do this again. And if that works out, if it if it ends up being good content that people like, then we'll start doing it like, let's say once a month, and then like recap our videos for the month, and just to see, talk about like do commentary on our commentary, and maybe clear up some comments that we might have made that we'd like to clear up some, maybe laugh at it a bit. I do kind of want to lighten it up a bit because we've been really heavy this week. So I want, and we're still going to touch on heavy stuff because that's what we do here on this channel. But today I kind of want to lighten it up a bit. That's the plan anyway. We'll see how it works out.
Gotcha. That's what's up, bro.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. It's just, it's I know I say crazy. It's crazy a lot. And I think that's like my go-to word when I'm like lost for words on a topic, but I'm not lost for words on this. It's just the thing about it is that it's sad that you have platforms like YouTube and Facebook and all of these other platforms that people spend money for to be able to reach an audience and put factual info out there. But it just almost seems like these platforms, they want you to live in a lie. They don't want you to know the truth. They don't, and of course and they would defend themselves as we don't want to promote conspiracies, but these aren't conspiracies, man. The people that run these platforms that are in charge, they have the know-how and the expertise to go and look at this info.
Exactly.
Themselves.
They're the ones that should be talking about it. We should be hearing it on the news. All the same stuff we talk about on the show should be on MSNBC, Fox, CNN, but it's not.
And it just goes to show that this is what I feel this is what makes our capitalist society that we live in make people frown up on it, because it shows that people can be bought. You know what I'm saying? Because they can be bought, so that they can live amongst the elite, so they don't have to be everyday working class people, or they don't have to be a struggling journalist. They can be bought. They can start out sincere, but if they want to grow, they can be bought, and they can continue to spread lies or, mislead you on the truth. And, and it just goes to show that in some cases, to some people, money and material things means more to them than human life.
That's what makes me sad.
And it sucks, bro. I hate that you're getting shut down. I hate that it's happening that way. I've been working really hard trying to get through some things that I've been having going on my end. But I truly would like to come to the table and invest if we could kind of start our own outlet, for the show. I ain't looking for nothing from it, bro, but just
a website,
this message out here.
At
a
some
website
point
of our own that we can go live from, and and people can go straight to that, and that's why I was saying, I know it's a lot. We're all busy. You're busy with school, work.
I've been thinking about making a website, the only reason why I've been hesitating on it, because I want to make sure I build an audience. It's hard to get people to click on a website, because people be on Facebook, they be on YouTube already. You know what I mean? Scrolling already. You know, you have to get them to go directly to your website, so they have to like click that, type that in, and click that shit.
Yeah.
Like they gotta think about you.
You know, and I don't know which way or how we could go about doing it, bro. I mean, I don't know if we could start out with like some lanyards, or maybe you could blast it on the live right now, like the first, you know, the first, I don't know, 25 people that view one of my shows for at least, you know, I don't know how long it would take for the algorithm to, you know, for the next for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll send you a shirt on a lanyard, you know, because I'm not gonna lie to you, and I don't know that if this works for everybody, but like, bro, if I can see somebody wearing a shirt and it has something on there, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I'll literally like low key, like go Google search that shit.
Yeah.
Like
I do the same thing. Yep. If it's something
know.
I don't know what it is, I'll be like, it'll be on my mind. It'll be on my mind. T-shirts work really well like that. Yep. Yep. I agree. But Pat already gave me a T-shirt. We already was talking about T-shirts. He went and bought a machine to print these T-shirts. It's here in my closet. I haven't really opened the box, but it's there.
Man, if we could get some cars, bro, because I go around so many truck stops all over Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas. You know, like if we had like some cars, like, you know, with like that little logo that you got up there in the corner, you know, I could just slap one of them, because people advertise their bit, like literally in the restroom while you're standing at the urinal. There's like this flyer placer up there, and they put flyers in there for like the different sales the truck stop has, and you'll see people, they'll throw their business cards in there for taxes, or for this or for that, or this clothing, you know. Man, if we had some cars, bro, I could just throw them in those little deals, man. Somebody will be standing there taking a piss and be like, what the fuck is that? You know what I'm saying?
And that's a good location, I think, right there in the urinals. I have some little flyers that I pass out, if you will, and I keep them in this little duffel, like this little fanny pack, and I walk around with it and pass them out to people. I have one up at my barber shop, so that's one location where it's there. But yeah, man, the ads work really good though. The YouTube ads, they work really well because they pop up right next to other similar type videos and stuff. And so that's a good way to find an already kind of interested audience, because this stuff that we do is not, you know, this don't have really a mass appeal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The people not running to it like that. It's not popular because they would rather watch a 30-minute video showing a hood fight, you know what I'm saying, as opposed to watching a 15-minute video clip of some interesting facts, you know. And and the reason I can say that is because I'm guilty of it myself. There's plenty of times I'll pass over something educational, bro, just to go watch something else that looks a bit more interesting, you know. I mean, you know, but yeah, I mean,
we're all
changing
human.
it slowly but surely, you know, changing that, but no, man, like we get some cards or like little flyers, bro. I'm telling you, like I definitely.
Yeah, some cards need to be done. That needs to happen. I've been putting the money in the ads because they work. I put ads on Facebook and YouTube. Hey, you're breaking up. I can't hear you. I'm not getting you. You're breaking up. You breaking up. I'm gonna play this little clip right here because I'm curious about this.
Colonize, and for about 100 years refused to share their technology with Africa. Want Africa to like those they like and hate those they hate. If Russia is the boogeyman, then the West is the devil himself. The West and Russia should find solutions to their problem.
All right, I got y'all back.
Enough
now.
of the killing of innocent Ukrainians. Say no to war. Be sure to subscribe to Quesapino for more uncensored episodes. Don't forget to like, share, and comment down below your opinion on this story.
Wait, I want to hear this. Give me a second. Let me hear this.
In the year 1600 to 1800, Russia never had black slaves, nor did Russia create a market to trade black people. In 1884, Russia never participated in the Berlin Conference to share Africa like some piece of goat meat. Between the year of 1914 to 1960, Russia never colonized, underdeveloped, and looted Africa's resources. Russia never enabled a safety net for African leaders to hide stolen funds, use these stolen funds to develop itself, and then grant the same funds back to Africa as loans. Russia never invaded and destabilized any African country, Libya, Somalia, Congo, Burkina Faso, Egypt, South Africa, etc. Russia never killed any of African freedom fighter, but UK and USA have killed hundreds of African saviors, and thousands of our African freedom fighters are still languishing in different prisons and dungeons all over America. Who killed Marcus Garvey of Black Panther USA? Who killed Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso? Who killed Patrice Lumumba of Congo? Who killed Malcolm X of Black Panther? Who killed Muammar al-Gaddafi of Libya? Who killed Rev. Martin Luther King Jr. of African American? Who killed Tupac Shakur? Who killed Fela Kuti? Who killed Stephen Biko of Bantu in South Africa? Who killed Solomon Molangu? Who killed 5 million Biafrans, etc. Those who did the aforementioned are the ones pushing the narrative that Russia has become the boogeyman. Those who colonize and for about 100 years refuse to share their technology with Africa want Africa to like those they like and hate.
Wow, that was a heavy little TikTok right there, no lie. What yeah, what you was saying, you was breaking up.
Oh, shit. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was saying that if I could get like your logo, I could probably, because there's a couple of spots in the mall that make cards, or I could probably do like a Vistaprint type deal, you know, where they let you upload your logo or something like that, you know. I mean, I don't know. I could see.
Yeah, that's cool. I could text it to you.
Yeah.
I don't have no like official files. It'll be like a screenshot or something.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
What's I gonna say? Yeah, that little clip we just watched. This is one of the points I was trying to make for the longest, like how us being all friendly to Ukraine, but Ukraine is full of Nazis and shit. And then us being all mean to Russia, and Russia the ones who stopped the Nazis multiple times. And like that video was just saying, they didn't colonize Africa and they wasn't in the Berlin Conference. Like I said, I went to doing some studying on this topic, and the more I was looking up, I was like, Russia historically don't fuck with Nazis, and they don't fuck with like slavery. Like they wasn't on that. They didn't fuck with that shit. They didn't like that shit.
Yeah, well, that just goes to show you, man, that anybody that's not a part of what the Western world wants, you know, when, you know, with European and American, what they see as, you know, anybody that's not against that, I mean, that anybody that's against that, you're automatically deemed bad, you're troublesome, you know, you're a bad person, you know. Sure enough, true enough, Russia has their own history, you know, and from what we've been taught, you know, or come to understand. But at the end of the day, what country doesn't? But you know, it's just crazy, like how they're so quick to, oh, let's pray for Ukraine. Oh, what Putin is doing is wrong, and this and this and that. But you guys aren't talking about the underlying issues that provoked this guy to protect his borders. You know what I'm saying? You know, and yes, sure, true enough, you know, you have his people over there that are saying, we don't want this, we don't want that, you know, let's stop this. And a lot of it is because they have family there and they're afraid of their family dying, you know, in the crossfire, you know. But I just feel like, you know, they're not putting the real reasons out there. They're pushing, and they have a narrative, and that's what they're pushing, and they're pushing it hardcore. You know, they're pushing it and making the American people, oh, you know, Putin's such a bad person, and you know, and they know America has a soft heart when it comes to, well, let me say they have a soft heart for some, you know, because these kids that got killed, they're like, oh, he deserves to be beheaded. He bombed the hospital. Where they're, say, man, look at all of the wars that are going on right now that America has started in other places because of greed that they're not even talking about. And look at how many of those children are killed on a daily basis. Innocent women, men, and children. You know what I'm saying? That are killed on a daily basis. Let's talk about that, you know. But that's the thing that I hate about the society that we live in, bro. We pick and choose what's good or bad. No,
Right.
wrong is wrong, bro. I don't give a fuck how you look at it. Wrong is wrong.
Or which country it is or whatever. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Wrong
none of
is
that,
wrong.
none
Right
of
is
that
right.
matter.
Like, none of that shit matters, bro. Like, it's just, I don't know.
I
It's
do
just,
have one video I want to play before we go into the past videos that we've done. It's this one, Rare Earth, random ass channel, bro. I got random stuff popping up on my timeline now lately. But we talked about the Banana Wars. Remember we talked about the Banana Wars?
yeah. Yeah.
This is kind of that, but so I'm gonna play a bit of this and we could just talk about it or whatever. It's really kind of the same subject that we talked about with the Banana Wars, but I think it's a good video. And the perspective, the whole thing with the Banana Wars, like I said, you'd have to do a dig to really understand it. It's really kind of complex and involves, you know, a lot of moving parts, like I said before. So, and it's a lot of history of this. So, but this video is really, really good at summing up the thing. I don't know how much I'm gonna play. I probably skip through it because it's 21 minutes. I don't want to play the whole thing, but it's really, really good at summing up like his point of view on it. Like he states it in plain English, like and that makes it like it's simple to understand the topic. So that's why I like this video. He did a good job at breaking it down.
1951, the United States CIA head had invested in a fruit company in Guatemala. Then the government did something that hurt their profits, so he started a 36-year civil war that ended in genocide.
And you know, like that, the Banana Republic.
The rise of the Banana Republic is a story as old as
It's a joke now. It's like a what do you call it? It's a urban euphemism or something. Like that's what they do with everything. And it's kind of like another video I was watching, the double speak stuff. I might get into that next week. Let me write that down because we're not gonna have time for that. But that's what they're doing, and they changed the language to, you know, so Banana Republic and all of this, and then it's like, okay, there's a store in the mall with that name or whatever, and it's like they got name brands, and it's what I'm trying to say is that like that stuff don't have nothing to do with what it is, but it softens up what it is. If that makes any sense? Damn, I don't know if that made any sense. Let me play this.
Agriculture itself. It's as old as the first moment that those farming communities realized that it was now more valuable to enslave rather than simply to kill. It's as old as all those ancient empires that those shackled masses raised up like Atlas from the earth. As hard as it is to swallow, it's a cornerstone of why humans developed civilization at all. It's the dual hope of finding someone else to give our toil to while protecting ourselves from those who would force theirs upon us. And moral or not, it underpins all post-agricultural society.
That's one thing I will say that I didn't like about his video is he's kind of like saying like this is like this is like the human way. Like he's kind of like making excuses for it.
It's the temptation in our fields. And the only thing that ever truly seems to change is who gets to be the us. And in turn, that hard truth will hang over our species until our very last breath, because this was the trade we made for agriculture. However, for the purposes of keeping this episode under 9 hours long, I'm going to start today's story in 1892, because the allegory I'm exploring today is the destruction of Guatemala. And in 1892, the military presidente of that then 40-year republic was making a decision that would all but guarantee it. He was trying to sell some coffee, which is to say he was going to build a port city, name it after himself, and then build a railroad halfway across the country to the steps of his farm and those of his personal version of us. And because he had the power, he wasn't going to pay a dime. Not that he was going to do any of the actual farming himself, of course. Mr. Presidente was Criollo, which sort of goes without saying. He kind of had to be. This was a society split into racially based classes. If you weren't a full-blooded European, you weren't allowed into politics in Guatemala in the 19th century. You could never be a general, let alone a presidente. And what's more, he was a peninsulare, a Spaniard. He was on top of the top, not just in a socially nuanced sense either, but in the actual practicable law of the country. And yet, every society needs workers. We can't all be presidente. So Guatemala, being a colony, did what colonies are built to do. It conquered people, lumped them together under a single race, voted itself their land, and then either enslaved them or offered it back to them as sharecroppers. It gave itself a virtual guaranteed national labor force. And what's more, it was one that you could spot with the naked eye.
Man, when I listen to this story, that's the reason why this is important, I think. And that's the reason why I focus on history so much, because whenever I hear like this part of the story, I hear us, like I hear our situation, like they're doing the same thing. It's like me and Pat was saying, like it's the same play. They run this, they keep running the same play, bro.
Yeah.
Even when it tries to invent clothing styles to designate individual groups within the indigenous, many still wear those clothes today. Yet, the races themselves only made sense within the system that was imposing them. They were a truly Guatemalan form of identity, because neither Maya nor Criollo would have truly felt united in their original forms. Back home in Spain, an Italian was seen as a them, not an us, and the same went for the various groups that were formed into the Maya. 1,000 years before, their ancestors would have seen each other as distinctly as any Europeans, and they would have fought their own wars of enslavement to get workers for the farms of their own kings. They too fought.
I don't know about that part. Like that's what I'd say. That's the part I don't like about what he's doing here. He's like, those other people would have done the same thing. I don't know if that's true, buddy.
The temptations in their fields just as much as any other. But those days were dead. They'd been conquered, and to the Spanish eye that built their new identity, even the Maya kings were just another field hand. In 1892, the best this bottom rung of Guatemalan society could ever hope for was a tiny plot on someone else's farm in exchange for a harvest's worth of work, just enough to feed their families. The less lucky among them had to settle for a day wage that couldn't possibly meet their bills.
See?
These were known as the mozos, which directly translates to servants. But on
that sound like I say, they was given a wage that wasn't enough for their bills, and they were servants. They were known as mozos.
a more colloquial level, it just means the indigenous, kings and all. On paper,
basically natives, indigenous peoples.
That's the Jim Crow law.
Well, this is different because this is in Guatemala, but it's very similar in a way, in certain ways. Yeah.
The Mozo had the freedom of movement, but in practice, most lived a life of more abject servitude, forced to exist within a system where their labor was never enough to pay off the debts that their employers constantly kept them under. It was slavery with a good PR firm, I suppose.
Yeah, it was like the sharecropping that they did in the States. That's what it's like.
Yet the harder they worked, the more natural it seemed to everyone else that they always should be the ones to do it. For the middle-class Ladinos, the mixed-race merchants and artisans who populated the cities, their own survival meant playing along just as much as those above them. In fact, more. They knew the struggle to stay out of the fields far more than any Criollo ever could, and they'd fight just as viciously to keep their place exactly as it was. And so year after year, generation after generation, things settled into what was effectively considered the natural state of things.
Oh, I hate that so much. And he's right. The natural state of things. And that's just how people feel. And they just feel like, okay, there's no way things are going to be any different. There's nothing you can do about it. It's this class structure. The best thing you could do is try to climb the ladder and hopefully move it into the next class.
And by 1892, It's simply how it was. SOS, as they say. But to call it settled would be a vast overstatement. Because as it was with all societies, especially slave societies, just because the government said that was the system doesn't mean it was in everybody's hearts. You might call people a race and then deem them united, but that doesn't mean they actually see themselves that way, especially when they're on top. In the halls of power, there is no us. And for all the resistance against his military rule, it wasn't the opposition who removed El Presidente from power, but his own people, his us. His railroad had driven that economy into ruin, and what's worse, he hadn't even been able to finish it. Their farms couldn't get to port. And for the landowners who kept him in power, that was a fate worse than death. So they killed him. With his corpse still hot in the ground, the Criollo threw up a new presidente to manage their bankruptcy, to salvage the country from the ruin that it had self-dealt. But there was no turning it around. Unless they got some massive country-sized bailout, they were going to default on their loans. And for a new country surrounded by enemies, this wasn't just an economic problem. The Republic had already lost land to British Belize. What's to say that the bank wouldn't take more? What's to say that the country would survive at all? So in that desperation, and presumably with a lot of bribes, that new presidente did what so many of his neighbors had done before him, and made a decision that even then he knew would one day destroy him. He opened the doors to El Pulpo.
Okay, this
the
is
railroad
where
tycoon Minor Cooper Keith.
Okay, this is the part where he starts getting into, you know, what the hell happened and how it happened. So this guy here is the guy.
And his famously abusive United Fruit Company. And even though it was still 24 years before they would famously massacre their striking workers in Colombia, in 1904, the government of Guatemala would have been fully aware of what this decision meant. Not just for them, not just for the Mozo, but for everyone they wrote the laws for. In countries all around the Caribbean, United Fruit had built a banana empire on the land that governments had handed over completely when they defaulted on miners' railroads. And once he'd set up shop in those lands, he'd turn around and use that empire to corrupt their lawmakers.
So do y'all understand? Basically, they took the land, they swindled the people, they take the land, and then they give it to this big company to grow bananas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's all their plan from the beginning.
Yeah.
To gain more land. All of it with the tacit understanding that American...
Wait, go ahead. You want to say something?
No, I was just saying, yeah, no, I got what they were doing.
Yeah, bro.
It's kind of like they did with the farmland here in America when it came down to big corporations, you know, needing land to house cattle and chickens and pigs and everything else.
They just take it.
Yeah, they take it. I forget the actual word for it, but like they literally come out there and they take it. Like they literally, it's like, I don't know if it's the military or Coast or who's somebody that they come out there with. If you refuse, they come out there. I forget what do they call that? Eminent domain or whatever.
Yeah,
yeah. It's what they do today.
Yeah. And that's crazy, right? So the thing is this. What I want people to understand is they always be talking about these rich people, you know, they earn their money. Now, not saying everybody is that. This guy is an example of a guy who used his political connections to basically, you know, get redunculously rich. First off, you don't have to buy the land and you don't have to pay the people. Bruh, that's all fucking profit.
Power would come to his aid if attacked.
But look, what's crazy about that is, like I said, these people didn't do nothing to get into their position, and a lot of people, they pass down this wealth to their kids. So like the slavery money here in the States, y'all think that money evaporated? A lot of those plantations just turned into corporations that we know today.
Yeah,
and they still have that money in their bank account, bruh. Rich people don't spend money, bruh. That money had been sitting there since slavery. Compounding interest.
On miners' railroads. And once he'd set up shop in those lands, he'd turn around and use that empire to corrupt their lawmakers, to gain more land. All of it with the tacit understanding that American power would come to his aid if attacked. After all, he'd bribed them too. In him was a tiny taste of the colonization that they'd inflict on those before them. In him was that ancient temptation from those fields. He was the new conquistador, and at the turn of the 20th century, he controlled the Caribbean with an absolute iron
The
fist.
killer about this guy is that he had the American military as his, backup. We got any problems? Here comes fucking U.S. troops, nigga. Ain't nobody fucking with that. You don't. What are you gonna do? Get shot in a shot up grave, nigga? You ain't doing shit.
So obviously, letting him in was no small thing. It was like letting in the mob. It was like letting in Cortez himself. 1 foot on their land, and he'd take the whole thing. They knew it. But that Presidente signed the paper anyway. He gave them exactly what they wanted, right down to the penny. By the time the new president's term ended, the United Fruit Company had taken near total control of the country's infrastructure. Puerto Barrios and the railway that cost them their freedom was handed over in its entirety. They controlled the port and the transport to it, not to mention over half the country's farmland. If they thought something was valuable, they made sure that the government voted to give it to them, mostly for free. After all, who was going to stop them? The Criollo? 20 years after that assassination, United Fruit dominated that country so thoroughly that they even ran the post office. This was the time of the gringo. Their control would span generations. It would influence the lives of millions of Mozos, Ladinos, and Criollos, now all simply Guatemalan in the eyes of this new American other. But in 1920, a new leader came to power, and he disagreed. It wasn't even that he was trying to protect the workers. That wasn't the issue, not really anyway. The issue is that they weren't even using the land they'd been given. They just wanted to hold it so that nobody else could, so that by not using it, they could have no reason to pay tax, that by not using it, they could increase the labor market's desperation to the point that they'd literally work on it for food. And to the new Presidente, this wasn't just an attack on the Mozo, but the nation itself. And he was entirely right as well. I think it should be stated. That country survived, like all countries, thanks to taxes. And other than a couple bribes paid to the right people, United Fruit had done a very good job of avoiding paying those. The only real investment they were putting back in the country was what it took away to farm. So really, the company was a drain, a vampire. And of course it was. It was built to do that, just as the colony had been built to do that before it. They were stealing resources and using local labor for the benefit of a foreign power.
So that's what people don't understand about and they've rebranded imperialism, and they've rebranded colonies and shit. But it's still the same shit. They just got a new face.
Only difference was what they meant when they said us, which rattled Guatemala, as you might expect, because they'd always felt that they should be on top, and race and economics are twins. So for many in the halls of power, the worst thing that was happening.
Race and economics are twins. I don't know. When he said that, I'm still thinking about that. My brain is going on that one.
Worst thing of all of it, despite all of what they stole from the country, was that this new paradigm shift had shattered their historic racial control of what they'd originally brought El Pulpo in to protect, even if only by coincidence. Rather than propping up what these Criollos saw as their rightful place at the top of the pile, by bringing in United Fruit, they'd been forced to see themselves as just another middle. The us in the reflection of the American them said Guatemalan, not European, and just like the Spanish with the Maya before them, these gringos showed absolutely no respect for their kings. The new power came from abroad. So in 1920, when that new president decided to take back the unused land from the company, his clock started ticking. 4 months later, and that octopus reached in with its little tentacle and plucked him back out, flicked him off to exile in France, a kindness that they didn't kill him. The new Presidente didn't hesitate to sign over everything that the company demanded, because the Criollo understood now. Times had changed. But it wasn't just Guatemala where they'd changed. In America, things had also started to take a turn, and they had a new fear, a fear that was growing like a cancer. The company started to take a harder line with its workers. It started to take more interest in the crackdowns of the government. They replaced their dictator with a man who made him look like a mouse in comparison, a man who was finally brutal enough to please both company and the CIA alongside them, a man who would go so far as to call himself the Hitler of Guatemala.
Damn.
His name was General Jorge Ubico, and he ran the country like a prison. He declared war on the Mozo, naturally believing them all to be communists, because why wouldn't they be, given what
I'm back. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Damn, man. If I go out like that, if I go quiet like that, y'all just start talking or something, because there's nothing I can do until it fucking refreshes. So irritating. I'm gonna have to get a new computer or something.
they were doing to them.
I don't know what happened.
His world was a reflection of his own fears, and the fears of the Americans who controlled his fate. Anyone caught espousing anti-imperialism was called a terrorist and killed for actions against the state.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to mention. The communism scare. That was the excuse they had to kill these people. They were communists.
Which wasn't really wrong, because the state existed for imperialism. That was the system. So those who disagreed, he shot on sight. Anyone who questioned the rights of the Criollo as the natural rulers of the country, or the rights of the company to the nation's land, would quickly find themselves in a shallow grave. He was everything the CIA wanted and more. It's just that he wouldn't stop calling himself Hitler. And this was the 1940s. You can't really be an American ally and say that fascism is the future during the war.
You heard that? Be an American ally and say fascism is the future during the war. During war.
Well, I suppose you can,
Against the
but
Nazis.
only if you keep the country under control. And by 1944, General Ubico was having a bit more trouble with that than he wanted to admit. Labor power after the war was at a generational high, and so even the Ladinos had started to demand their say in the government. Unrest was everywhere in the country. So with the US media turning its great Sauronic eye towards the oppressions of this openly fascist ally, the CIA decided its time was up. But it wasn't like they wanted actual change. This was their goal. Hell, this was their guy. Fascism was fine for them, as long as it didn't call itself that in public to the media. And so with him out the door, they just scooted in as number two. He was supposed to do the exact same thing. Another general, another generation of stagnation. Only this time the people of Guatemala had had enough. A coalition set up to depose a foreign colonizer, created in the reflection of what they'd been told they were. They united not around the idea of being Ladino or Criollo or Mozo, but Guatemalan. They saw these workers as their countrymen, these servants, citizens, no different than them. And what's more, they saw the stranglehold that monopolization had placed on their economy for generations. In 1944, Guatemala cast out that puppet government and demanded free elections that they would get. And with nearly the entire country united against him, there was nothing that new Hitler could do but allow it. However, his bosses in the United Fruit Company disagreed. They wouldn't be so forgiving. They didn't care what it took. They and the CIA would make sure that that country felt the weight of their decision to try democracy. So the incoming president would survive 25 coup attempts in 6 years, and even that was a low
25.
number. His survival was mostly just because he never took the company head on. He danced around what all the people demanded of him, but his successor wouldn't be so lucky. He couldn't escape it, and he would attempt what they'd tried all those years ago in 1920. He was going to take back that unused land from the company and redistribute it to Guatemalans who'd farm it. It wouldn't technically be stealing because he was going to pay them. He was just going to pay them exactly what they'd been claiming the land was worth on their tax returns. So, naturally, there was no way they'd let him live. The CEO did what any incredibly corrupt international businessman does, and he called in a favor with his powerful friend. He spoke to a man with a serious investment in his food company, a stockholder, a shareholder, a man who'd already spent years tinkering with Guatemala's democracy at his request, a man with a great deal to lose if United Fruit collapsed, a man named Allen Dulles, the head of the CIA. And in response to that conversation, surely at some point Allen would have driven over to the White House and had a chat with his brother, who just so happened to be the Secretary of State for President Eisenhower, a man whose law firm would coincidentally somehow find themselves with a massive new client in United Fruit. And they would have come to an agreement, surely, planned a meeting, and then together they would have told the president an evil little boogeyman story. A story about the communist revolution of Guatemala, how an evil dictator in waiting was thinking of stealing American property and redistributing it to the peasants. Apparently the Soviets were involved.
Does all that sound familiar to y'all? I'm gonna play this little part right here again.
A story about the communist revolution of Guatemala, how an evil dictator in waiting was thinking of stealing American property and redistributing it to the peasants. Apparently the Soviets were involved.
Oh, like I say, the same fucking play, bruh. The same fucking play.
It's what's going on right now over there, Ukraine.
So fucking irritating that people can't see this shit. Same fucking play.
And what happens when they pull back the cover, Mr. President? What happens when they agree to let Russian missiles in? It was simply a risk that they just couldn't take. When it comes to the halls of power, there is no us. Dulles pushed the paper forward and Eisenhower signed it, a death notice for an entire nation. In 1954, Allen Dulles, head of the CIA, with the full backing of the United States government, deliberately killed democracy in Guatemala. And just like that, a new Hitler in power. Under a new name and a new man, he committed all the same horrors that had come before. A genocide against the Mozo, coming back stronger than ever, unshackled by the great temptation in those fields. Democracy was once again replaced by the terror at the hands of a general who ruled their society. Police returned to the untouchable murderers that they'd once been, but it was all crueler somehow. The CIA's best plan for keeping the country in line was violence, and the more it slipped away, the more violence they inflicted to keep it in line. But identity's a funny thing, and it tends to grow with pressure. In the end, the crackdown only served to create the very problem it pretended to be fighting. The government they deposed wasn't communist. They were simply left of center, if that. But by twinning anti-imperialist thoughts as no different than communist thoughts, they convinced those peasants who hadn't even so much as heard a word of Marx to believe him. By 1960, guerrilla bands had formed in the countryside and were striking back against the government with violence. Although they barely killed 1 for every 100 they lost, they effectively shut the country down for business. It's hard to grow bananas in a country in ruin. So for all their years of terror and enslavement, the company had no real response to a complete social collapse. All they knew how to do was what they'd always done. And so in response to this unprecedented threat to their power, the puppet government took off whatever velvet they pretended to still have on those gloves and sent death squads roaming through the Mayan villages, breaking in doors and killing anyone they deemed a threat. It didn't matter if the people they killed were communist or just happened to own some land that a local rich guy wanted to steal. Their obituary always said terrorist. The civil war that
their obituary always said terrorist.
Followed would be the longest in the history of the Americas. It would last for the next 36 years, only truly ending in 1996. Although calling it a civil war implies that the country was divided, fighting itself, and for the most part that simply wasn't true. This was the violence of imperialism being brought by a puppet government against its own people. America's us. But when the beatings didn't increase morale, the system started to falter. The dictatorship might have been stronger than ever with its new American freedom from consequence, but the country beneath it was in ruins. Armed bands roaming the jungles, death squads killing workers in lieu of pay. It didn't matter that they'd won back their slaves. A civil war is a hard place to make money. It would be wrong to say that Guatemala alone collapsed the United Fruit Company, but it certainly didn't help. And as the country fell into chaos, their stock fell alongside. In debt and unable to keep control over the lands they'd stolen, United Fruit fell on its sword. Their name was so tarnished in the public eye that they had little choice but to be broken up and redistributed under new brands. But beyond that, little really changed except who got to be the us. Today, United Fruit exists under the name Chiquita. They still sell bananas and they still grow them in Guatemala. I personally buy them all the time. But the Mozos are all still there. They're working as they ever did. It's just at least the death squads have stopped. Since 1996, Guatemala has returned to a fledgling form of democracy. It's just with the quiet understanding that things can only go so far before they're going to get toppled. Because things here never got returned to the peasants. This country is still a banana republic. The United States is still an empire. We just stopped using those terms. Even the most imperialistic fight against slavery will always be a civil war. A war internal to ourselves, to every society we ever create. And in turn, it will be with us to our dying breath, because this is the trade we made for agriculture.
I don't know about that.
This is the temptation in our fields.
I like that line, though, temptation in our
So,
fields.
what's a banana worth? Serious question.
Yeah, what is a banana worth? Is it worth all those people getting killed? So you can get it for a whole, a whole bunch of bananas for like a couple bucks.
Man, it just makes me wonder, like, did they truly need that much land to grow that many bananas back then and that time?
They didn't. He said in the video they had a huge amounts of land that they just didn't develop, and they wouldn't let the people. It was just sitting there because they didn't want to pay taxes on the property. So and they didn't want the people to use it. So they just want to own it and leave it. Fucking shitty ass motherfuckers, bro. Super shitty. It forces the people to work on the plantations, to work on the banana things. There's nothing else they can do. They can't own nothing. They don't have nothing.
Yeah. And then they don't get paid in real money. They get paid in vouchers that can only be used at United Fruit stores.
That shit crazy. Modern day slavery is what it is.
That shit.
It's crazy. I think a lot of people don't know about that kind of shit, so that's why I wanted to play that. So what do y'all think about it? We're gonna move on.
Bro, it's fucked up, and it's the same shit that they doing today. They've just gotten better at it. When it comes down to the wars, when it comes down to why we push over into other countries, there's always an ulterior motive. There's always a narrative, and they gotta stick to it. The shit that I feel like with that right there and before that was the start of what we're seeing today. It's being played out today. Like, that shit has already been on the books and wrote. It's got to be played out. No matter who you are, no matter how much you are for upholding integrity and being right, if you become president or get put in one of those positions of power and office over here in the United States, you have to go along with that narrative. You have to, it's on the books.
And everybody just oblivious. They just changed the names, like he was saying. They changed the words. They changed the terminology. So, like slavery is over. Sharecropping, all that shit is over. That's in the past. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, bro. It's fucked up. I mean, it's truly fucked up. And if you think about all of if you think about the shit that they're doing right now with the pandemics and all of the shit that they have been doing leading up to this, that old saying, history repeats itself. In listening and watching these videos over the past couple of weeks, if you don't have an eerie feeling that that's what they're trying to bring this world back to, then in my opinion, something is wrong because that's what they're doing. They're slowly but surely trying to bring the world back to it, but they're calling it the New World Order.
Yeah, ain't nothing new under the sun. That's what Pat would say if he was here. Curtis say, but I never thought about how much of today's demographic was actually built by slaves. Like, and Native Americans. Like, that's another thing. They try to act like the Aboriginals are gone. But you saw how repeatedly in this video he kept referring to those people as, you know, Maya and other things. So it's like, that's another thing they've done. They made them invisible by changing their names and shit, ethnic identities and shit. So it's like what I'm saying about the southern border. That's the reason why I played this video, is because it's kind of related to the topic we've been talking about this week. The southern border is just another way that they use to oppress the Native American, the Aboriginals. Mainly, that's what it is. Like I say, Mexicans, most of them are Aboriginal peoples. These people in Guatemala, these are Aboriginal peoples. And United States expansion west, Manifest Destiny, was God gave us this land. You know, and basically we got to kill the Native Americans because they are the ones that really have right to that. So if we kill them, hide them, we don't see them, change their identity and forget about it. So they'll never really deal with this fact that, you know, this is their land. Like, there's no argument. Curtis says, yep, Deuce is right. They want it that way, and we as blacks are helping. That's kind of sad but true, bro. Leave it to Curtis to make me feel down about a subject I'm already talking about. It's already depressing, Curtis. Damn. You just added another layer of depression on it.
It is. I want to say this here. Like, my stance this whole week on migration and all of that stuff is pretty much still the same. But I want people, like, and I think, and I feel the same way about Brother Pat, but I can't, you know, I'll let him say his piece on that, but I feel like the same way with him. You know, I have sympathy for these people because these people are my people. You know, these people, they're just trying to get to what they feel as though is a better life. You know, they're seeking to get over here and try to, you know, get to a better life or be able to provide for their family back home and things of that nature. And you know, it's fucked up the way that they're treated, how they are pretty much invincible once they come here because they have to come here illegally. So they don't exist, you know. So if something happens to them, like, they're invincible. Like, who is it? Okay, well, you know,
that's exactly
just,
it.
you know,
And that's how they get exploited. That's how they get exploited by the employers. You know, it's all set up for that. You know, that's how they end up not getting to have proper health care. You know, all that stuff. You know.
Yeah. You know, I mean, it shouldn't be. You know, but at the end of the day, it shouldn't be that way. You know, and that initiative and that the way that they, you know, make it seem to the American people, you know, the lies and making it seem like it's you know, that these people are trouble. You know, what it does, you know, like you say, it creates a fascism, you know, type of mentality towards these people, and it creates hate towards these people. But at the end of the day, like, I feel like there is a good amount of people exist that feels like that it's wrong, you know, and want to do something or want to try to do something different. But I think a lot of us, dude, our hands are tied, you know, and that may sound like a bullshit ass excuse.
We're caught in the system. And then he was explaining how the class above them didn't want to be in the fields. So they would fight for things to stay the same too. You know what I'm saying? Because like he was saying, explaining in the video, that they understand what it feels like to be out there in the fields, and they don't want that. So, and it's the same way over here in the States. It's the same way over here over in the States. And that's what I was trying to explain yesterday with the downward pressure. Like I can't really explain that. Like it's tough for me to find the words to explain how like the level above you, you know, your job is to exploit the level below you. And the guys above you shit on you. Like they always say, shit rolls downhill. You know what I'm saying? Shit rolls downhill. The guy at the bottom is the one who takes all the shit. You know what I'm saying? He takes everybody's shit, you know? So the guy above him, he gets to give this guy shit because he's pissed because the guy above him been giving him shit. And it goes like that the whole way. And it's like each different level is pressing on the one below. And each level is also trying to move up to the level above them. So you constantly have this. That's why the whole thing with the American dream and climb the ladder, bro. Man, I used to be sold on that idea. I was sold on that idea for a long time, but I got to thinking about it more and more and more and more. And that is the hamster wheel. The ladder is the hamster wheel. The American dream is the hamster wheel.
Yeah.
That's how they get you on it.
Yeah.
They sell you this shit. They sell you this dream. And then you don't care about your brothers and sisters. You don't care about the people that's below you. They say just look out for yourself and your family and, you know, do the best you can for them. And that's what everybody is doing. So that's the reason why we're all suffering.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways,
That's true.
This is the first video that I made since I started this channel. It was on July 1st, 2021. It got 5K views. So I want to play a bit of this and let's talk about it. This is how I used to start them off. Look at my TV sitting on the books. I did what I could, man. I started off with my phone.
Yeah.
I was probably nervous as hell. I was like, how am I do this shit?
Come on. Let's turn it up a little bit. Anyways, hello everyone. How you guys doing? New adventure we're about to embark on. My name is Chaka, and we're gonna start doing this. Been meaning to do this for a while. Anyways, let's get the elephant. Let's talk about the elephant. Yes, I got issues with my teeth there. Working on it. It's expensive. You guys don't know. I don't want no little temporary. I want a perm. So I would tell you how much it costs, but you know it's a lot. Anyway, so
I just decided to like. I figured people gonna laugh at me, right? So I felt like I'm just gonna lean into that shit.
Maybe we could change that. And I'm looking kind of rough. I need a haircut. Shit. Got a bald spot up here too. You can't really see it, but fading hairline.
Curtis always making fun of my hair.
In the comments, you guys go.
He got luxurious locks.
Chop me up.
Just wait, bruh. The time man coming.
I'm gonna let y'all guys know some things about me. You know?
I'm like 10 years older than you, bro.
This is our first video introduction to me. I won't do this again.
this won't be the style of the videos. Oh well, I'll give you a little taste of what it's gonna be like. But a few things. First off is this one. Pretty sure it was a couple white guys who wrote this. Bob and Tom, that's their name. But I'm showing you this because this book had a great impact on me. You want to know, you know, some stuff about like history in Native America. Well, in America, period. American history, because that's what the hell. I hate it when they say that, but it's American history.
It might get your ass, Curtis.
And this
It might.
book is really good because it goes kind of like, it goes into detail about the stories, like adventures, especially Red Cloud. That's who this is on here.
The cover is all falling off of
cover.
that book
It's a
because I've
picture of him.
read it,
And it kind of
it's
tells
well
his
handled.
story and really the big names when the Indian what do they call it, the Indian Wars or whatever the hell they call it, really they were just, we know what they were doing, colonizing, settler colonialism. We're not gonna get too political right now. This video is not about being political, but I just want to let you guys know that this one is I would check that out if you have time, if you can find it or whatever. I don't know where you could find this, but
I do recommend you guys,
one day,
anybody,
maybe in the future,
out
what
there,
I'll start doing is
read that shit.
videos about like we'll go over books and stuff or something. I don't want this video to be long. I'll keep this moving. This is another thing that kind of defines me. People that know me will really find this strange. But people don't know this about me. My dad was in the military. He was in the Air Force. My brother was in the Air Force. Anyways, when the day of his funeral, you know how it goes. They put some shots in there and they bust some shots. They neatly folded this and put this in this little container and they gave it to me when he died. I never took it out. It's been in here the whole time since he died. It's been a long time too. Really long time. My dad died when I was 22. I'm in my early 40s now. I'm about 42. So that's about 20 years. That was, I want to say he died in 2002, 2001. I think it was December 2001. And yeah, that's that. So that defines me. Anyways.
Yeah, so I'll be talking about the, like, I hope Doc sees this because he's be on my ass about how I talk about the U.S., but, you know, I really do care about the U.S. That's why I'm so critical of it.
Yeah.
I want to read the comment I put under here. I said, I feel like I have to explain the comment about the flag. I have mixed feelings about the flag. People who know me, I'm always critical of the U.S. At the end of the day, regardless of how I feel about the flag, I'm American before America was a thing. And I feel like this is my home. I know of no other, and I love it, and I'm trying with everything I have to improve it for the sake of my community. Yeah, so that was the first video. That was fucking, what did I say? 9 months ago. Beginning of this journey, this of making this channel. And it's crazy because I put a lot of content out there, you know, because we make four lives a week.
Yeah.
What is that? 16 a month. And I make clips of those and upload those. So yeah, I post a lot.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Damn. That's crazy, bro. For the longest time, like I didn't even know you were going live. And the crazy thing is, I think you had sent me something, and I didn't know really pay attention to what it was. And then me and Leafa talked one day, and she was like, "Yeah, man, you know your brother doing the podcast, and and yeah, I had to tell you that story personally. I ain't gonna put that on the air.
All right.
Yeah,
Let me play a bit of this video. This is my first video. That first one was the intro video, and this is the first video of me trying to like figure out the format of the show. Let me see. So yeah, I had my little TV.
I'm just gonna have to bear with me.
Yesterday went ahead and was overturned by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court by a vote of 6-1. I've got some mixed feelings on this because, to be honest, on the legal grounds, it sounds like it was correctly decided. But let's just explain what exactly was happening.
Remember
Back in
Cosby?
2005, Bill Cosby was given an insurance by Bruce Castor. You might remember him as that really weird lawyer who was doing a lot of stuff after the January 6th impeachment inquiry against Trump in the Senate. That was him. That guy, buffoonish figure. Well, Castor gave him an assurance at the time that if Mr. Cosby were to testify in a subsequent civil case, he was brought by Andrea Constance, who's one of the main
I'm all
Cosby
goofily looking into the camera awkwardly.
$1 million that he would not be prosecuted.
I was using my
explicitly
phone for
under
this
the
shit.
case of this crime. So
The only way I could
Bro,
think
I'm
of
gonna be
doing
real
it.
with you. I think most people are kind of nervous when they get on the camera, because if you ever look at celebrities that are like always in the camera, and then when they get put on like the jumbotron at a game or something, they're kind of like, like it takes a lot to get prepared to get in front of a camera. You know what I'm saying?
You and I feel very mixed about this because on the legal grounds,
Yeah, it does, man. And I have to get mentally prepared every time I turn on, the show.
and Bill Cosby,
Yeah.
horrific rapists, somehow all
Independent,
get
by
this
the
little
way.
sweet, also all near 2005. Weird. All get these really weird, like.
I'm still a fan of Breaking Points, but I hardly watch it. I don't watch it as much anymore.
To drugging her with Quaaludes and raping her.
I got you.
She is one.
I hate that they put him in the same box with
I recommend this podcast to
Epstein.
you. I'll recommend it to
Come
all of you.
on.
Chasing Cosby. the
Epstein
LA
was
Times
a
did it. I listened to it
pimp,
like 2 years ago.
a
I've never been more horrified
worldwide
at a story
pimp,
of sexual assault, possibly
child
the Epstein
trafficking
case,
pimp.
just in terms of how much of a cover-up it was,
Cosby, you
how
cannot compare the two.
disgusting of a predator this man was from the very beginning of his career all the way up into old
Yeah,
age.
so my idea was to do commentary on the news, kind of like just kind of like help people understand the news better, like kind of like dissect it. That was my original goal.
Yeah.
And kind of just give my commentary on, whatever story the media is on, like kind of break it down, because, I think people, it's so painful to watch the news, right? It's so painful. It's so painful.
Yeah.
So I try to make it, I don't know. I think you need to watch the news, but if you could turn on your lens, to be able to, dissect it. So that's what I'm trying to teach people how to do.
Yeah.
Let me play this one. I flipped through a bunch of clips last night to prepare for this.
Man, where my boy Ogoon at?
I don't know. I texted him. He probably sleep.
I love and I hate. And that's what I say. If Jesus came back today, y'all would kill him again. Why? Because he looking out. He was trying to look out. He was trying to look out for the people.
to this day, y'all don't feel people who do that. People who actually really care. It's supposed to take things to that's what you're supposed to do. Not supposed to really it's crazy. You care too much. But anyways, that leads into what we want to talk about today. You what do they say? Love, know thyself. So like, I also wanted to make segments that was like emotional, if you will, like touching. I wanted to be able to, people to feel me, because I think that the topics that I cover are, they're emotional, I think, the zombie robot thing that I talk about all the time is how, you could turn the system teaches you to turn off your feelings, to not care. And that's how you're indifferent to your neighbor suffering. You're indifferent to your brother and your sister suffering because you've turned off your feelings, and then they also shame you for having feelings. So like that's so crazy. Only a damn robot would shame someone for having feelings. We all have feelings.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. And I know I'm gonna butcher this statement, and this probably is a bit off topic, but I came across a video on TikTok where the guy was like, you know, like they were asking like, why don't men cry in front of their significant other, in front of their wife or their girlfriend or whatever? And he made that point, like the minute you cry in front of a woman or you show her that weakness, she loses, a tremendous amount of respect for you. She'll never respect you the same. And I'm like, wow. Like, so you mean to tell me you lose respect for me because I got emotional, I have feelings, like I'm not supposed to cry? Like, what the fuck?
Like, where did this come from, bro?
Yeah, and like I say, I don't know this to be true. I just heard this, a guy was, I think they were doing some kind of I forget the name of the little podcast deal, but he went on to explain his point. But anyway, that's pretty much how things are perceived, man. You can't really they don't want you to show true emotions, true feelings. It's like they want you to be totally disconnected from humanity in its entirety. Like they don't want you to show compassion. They don't want you to use the S word and be sympathetic. They want they want you to have empathy. And sometimes empathy is just not enough, bro. I think that sometimes you just have to place yourself in that situation and say, you know what? This is not somewhere I would personally want to be. Let me do what I can to help someone, to help this person out of this, and I don't think a lot of people do that. I don't think people ever see themselves, where that person is. It's like I've always said to myself, like, and I've had people tell me, oh, you shouldn't think that way. But I always say I'm one paycheck away from this homeless person. You know what I'm saying? Because I truly believe that in an instant, bro, anything and everything could be taken away. Nothing is promised. We all have an opportunity to enjoy the things that we have, and then that season may come to an end. You never know.
I agree with you.
Like, you just never know, bro. Life is so precious, bro. And and people say, oh, material things aren't important. But I mean, and I get that, but at the same time, we're human beings, and those material things give us the motivation sometimes to press forward. You know what I'm saying?
What I like to say is humans like shiny things, and it's okay. We like shiny things. We're human.
It's just crazy, bro. Like how, I don't know. It's crazy to me how a motherfucker would tell you, oh, you sensitive, And I tell people like, I'm very sensitive. I may not say nothing to you, but you'll know. You know what I'm saying? I'll hit you like you know, if you offended me in a way, bro, I'll hit you with some shit and you'll be like, damn, bro, you good? Yeah, I'm straight. And I'm gonna keep doing it because I'm gonna make you remember, oh yeah, that nigga probably mad at me because of what, yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like especially if you did some hoe shit, like it's just I don't know, bro. It's crazy. But what I did want to ask you, so the videos that you're showing, was that more so the range of where you were trying to go with the podcast thing, or what we're doing now, the things that you're showcasing, the topics that we talk about now, is that truly what you wanted to do? And you
Well,
just kind of had to find that lane.
Right. It's the evolution of the show. I was saying last night, I don't know what the show is going to look like because I'm going to just keep getting better. And that's it, period. That's my goal. You know what I mean? My goal is to get people to, get activated, right? Ultimately, I want us to be able to build some institutions, to build some kind of structures to actually literally physically help the community. You know what I'm saying? So that's my ultimate goal. That's beyond the show. So, but I want to get people to, become more aware of the world, period. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
Yeah.
What's up,
So,
old goon? I see you
what's up?
snuck on in here. My bad, bro. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I was about to say that. Yeah. What's up?
What's the deal?
Oh man, it's you, homie.
Who and what are we gonna complain about tonight?
Well, the show tonight we're gonna lighten up a bit tonight because we've been heavy. We've been pretty heavy for 3 days, so yeah, I figure we lighten up a bit today.
I think it was that argument, man. That argument last night, goddamn.
Tonight the name of the show is 9. 9 is completion. So it's been 9 months since I started the show, and I feel like it's a good moment to kind of reflect and look at the evolution of the show, and then we could just do commentary on our commentaries. Because I'm gonna flip through a few videos and we could just see them. I think this is like the third or very early video right here. I'm about to play a clip of.
So
it's July 13th. Huh?
I said, so the baby is birthing.
Yes. We're growing, What was I gonna say? Yeah, so the evolution of the show, basically that's what we're talking about. And I think it'd be fun. Hopefully we can make like I said, we could clear up some of the comments that we made in the past, or maybe our the way we feel about a certain subject has changed since then, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Laugh at ourselves, whatever. Let me play some of this.
Yeah. Because that's something that's been burning me up. And we're going to watch a little bit of Karen. We're going to watch another Karen video. She's going to break down what whiteness is, but I'm going to explain my way of what I think about erasing it.
Erasing whiteness was the name of this.
Go, baby. You know what it is? We want you to be an activist. Okay. First off, let's just get to the nitty gritty. You know what I'm saying? If y'all been watching my videos, y'all have noticed in my commentary that whenever I mention humans, a lot of times I say niggas. It might make people uncomfortable. But I do that for a reason, okay? And the reason why I do that is because y'all all niggas to me. You know why? Because it's humans. We all humans, and that's what it is, man. The phenotypes is just, it's a cultural thing, and we're gonna talk about that today. They're gonna break it down in the video, but the reason why I call everybody niggas is that's my way of erasing whiteness, okay? Because now we all on level playing field, right? instead of putting a race on the application, the job application, just put niggas. Nah, don't do that one. But what I'm saying is, like, y'all know, like, you know, you fill out a job application or whatever. I don't know, the census. I don't know. I don't even want to think about that too much. But they got all them little lines where they ask you what you are: Pacific Islander, white, not Hispanic. It's all a bunch of bullshit, really. So that's why I say, you know, we can simplify it all. We all niggas. Anyways, that moves on to something else.
So
I like that idea.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you. What do you think?
My niggas.
Because like the idea of erasing whiteness, because that was the name of the show. So it's kind of like trying to find solutions to the problem, right? You know, solutions to the issues. You know, so this tier system, this class system, or this racial system, or whatever you want to call it, is part of the problem. So, like, just get rid of it altogether. You know, what's the point in writing that shit on a fucking what? What's the point of it being on your ID, anyways? Can somebody explain that to me?
Yeah, I could. Well, in a nutshell, it's for you to tell them how to treat you.
Like you're damn you it's kind of like the gender identity, right? Kind of like you identify as slave.
Yeah,
I identify as slave.
Yeah, I identify as an ignorant fuck. I don't really know who I am, so I'm gonna say whatever it is that looks cool on this piece of paper, thinking that you guys may never notice, but motherfucker, I really don't know who the fuck I am. My skin has been brown all this time, but you say I'm black, so I guess I might as well just go with this black shit. I mean,
Massa just gonna beat me anyways.
Bro,
it don't matter.
Yeah, I don't know what the
I had
hell.
an idea.
I don't know what the hell a Caucasus, a Caucasus, a Caucasian.
Like, is that a location or a people's? Like, I thought that was the name of a mountain. What a mountain range? What are we talking about here?
These people are insane.
Shit,
And
that's hilarious.
And the Caucasus is not in Asia.
It's so
That's
much
Europe.
confusion. It's so much confusion.
It's in Europe, so I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
It's so much confusion, bro. Because if you make up some stupid shit, you gotta like find evidence that supports it. So, but you ain't gonna find no evidence supported, so you just gotta kind of make shit up. Because you done already made up some shit from the jump. It's like what they say. My daddy used to say, once you lie, you have to make up another lie to back up that lie, and then you gotta make up.
Why won't they call Caucapian?
You have to make up another lie and then another lie to back that one up and another one. How the hell you keep track of all that shit? Your ass gonna go insane trying to keep up.
They wrote it down. They
Yeah.
wrote it down.
Called it history.
You know what I'm saying?
What did Pat say? Oh, what did he say?
I said they wrote it down. That's how they remember. They wrote it down.
Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
That's a mess, bro. Damn liars trying to keep all their damn lies together. Wait. What did we say? Hold on. Let me check my notes.
See these Caucasus niggas?
Because when you're telling the truth, you don't have to check your notes, man. And you don't have to back up your argument with evidence because everybody else can do that.
Yeah.
When people say, "Oh, they just had that shit handed to them," or
This is
they
How
was
to
born
Be
with
Great,
it or whatever.
July
Or
13th,
it hurts
2021.
me so bad.
It's a clip from a
or it
other
was
video, I think.
Illuminati or the devil or whatever the hell. All of that is bullshit, bro. All of that is bullshit. All of that is bullshit. They grinded. That's how these people got where they was. They probably did some shit they didn't want to do. Now there's different levels to this. This is complicated, but it's all about what you're trying to do and what you want to accomplish. If you want to accomplish something, then you gotta put in the work. You gotta put in the grind. You need to find out all the information about that thing, and you need to get up in the morning. You need to go to sleep thinking about that thing. You everything you do need to be aiming towards being better at that thing. You know what I'm saying? If you're not doing that, you're not gonna be the best, right? Right.
The name of that one
It
was
really hurts my feelings.
How to Be Great.
Oh, that was a different show?
Yeah, that was a different clip from the. It might have been the same video though. Honestly, I think that was a clip from How to Erase Whiteness video.
Okay.
Somebody popped in.
I was gonna say that was seamless. Huh?
What up,
Yeah.
Doc? What up, Doc?
Yeah, I want.
What
We're
was
just.
that? You.
He probably messing with his sound. Yeah, we're going over old videos and just kind of like giving commentary on the commentary. This is a I don't know what you would call it. What do you call it? They do that all the time in other shows when they look back and then they go over the shit. I don't know. If I could have thought of what it was. Oh yeah. This one is called The Power to the People. I think this is a clip from the How to Erase Whiteness video too. That was a good video. It got a good number of views too early on. That's how I know they're killing my YouTube page, is because I was getting more views then when I first started than I am now. That's how I know.
I mean, unless we're really doing our job and we're pissing people off.
Well, I know we're doing that. But that's how we know we're doing. That's how we know we're doing something. And that's kind of why I wanted to do this, because I wanted to give myself, like I was saying at the beginning of the video, like I was saying, people, if y'all want to donate to the thing, is King Chuck ENT. I was spending a lot of money on ads, and like I said, they fucking killed my fucking YouTube. They're killing the YouTube channel, and I feel like I was wasting I was wasting money on these ads. So I need to let the channel cool off or whatever. I don't know what to do about it. Really, I don't. But I'm not gonna just be throwing money out the window or for like that. And I like it costs a lot of money to do this show. And like I said, I was feeling kind of defeated. So I wanted to do something to make myself remind myself what I've done over these 9 months. You know what I'm saying? Like we have together what we've accomplished. Like these early videos are just me, but y'all about to start popping up. I got clips. Check this out.
You can
I ain't
smash
doing nothing but some talking.
with your machine. You can keep us in your cog. You can do that. You can, and you have been for a long time. But I tell you what, as long as it's humans on this planet, the power goes to the people.
What y'all think about that one?
Yeah, niggas.
Yeah, man. I wish people really, 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 really believed it. I don't think people believe it.
No,
They
I
don't.
mean it's because it's like a real good catchy phrase for people to say. But when you see something, you believe something, you be something. You do it, you live it, you are it. You know what I'm saying? And I can see it in some people. I see, things that people actually manifest manifesting their ideas because they believed in it so much that they actually walked it out. You know what I'm saying? Like they did what it took for it to, you know, to be visible. So I mean, but you know, I still believe that it's growing. You know, maybe every moment, you know, every moment is not for us to see and to analyze. Sometimes we gotta sit our ass back and just let, you know, the others do, you know, do their part. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm kind of waiting
Yeah.
to see some things uncover.
But that's one of the reasons why I do this show, is because I really believe the power goes to the people, and that's why they have to have our cosign on everything, and we do it. So fucking if people would just realize that shit and stop cosigning this bullshit that these fucking people are on, the world would change overnight. Like, you know,
Well, yeah,
and so
and I've actually seen some stuff when people actually like, oh no, that's some bullshit and blah blah blah. I've actually seen where the government kind of backs down and they like, cause they kind of, you know, yeah, oh, we're pissing them off. Like, we, you know, we can't go too far with this. We gotta change our agenda now, or not really the agenda, but you know, soften up some of their steps. You know what I'm saying?
I just showed a video at the beginning of this one. The banana. It was about the banana wars, and they was talking about how in Guatemala they did the revolution. It was really a result of the damn United Fruit Company fucking persecuting the people, and it really pushed them together and led them into a revolution, bro. And yes, they ultimately they had to concede to the people to a certain extent. They had to give them democracy and shit like that. But I'll be saying democracy a pacifier for the people. It's one of the biggest fucking pacifiers, especially in the function of it, the way it works today. You know, calm the people down a bit. Oh, you got your vote. Just wait 4 years. You can vote again. You know what I'm saying? And you could change this shit. You're like, damn. Okay, I'll just wait.
Yeah, I mean that's one way to look at it, definitely. But I mean, it's actually here to demolish another government. Like it's the breakdown of another government. If you see that every time that there's a regime that they want to change, we're gonna take them some democracy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
because, yeah, you know,
And
they're
that's the
trying.
manifest destiny. That's the imperialism. That's the, you know, that's what I was saying about the border earlier too. Like that's part of it. It's another part of them, you know, persecuting the natives, bro. Like these Guatemalans, these are Maya, and these are Aboriginal folks. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is, and they've been doing it, and they continue to do it. Doc says democracy is becoming the illusion of the people having choice. Yes, totally. Coke or Pepsi, buddy.
Well, I think it's always been that. It's never not been.
I think the way they set it up was to be that. Yes. Let me play a bit of this video right here. This one, the name of this one is called "The Heart of Everything That Is."
See that? I talked about it in my intro video. So if you're curious why I have that there, it's a prop. Check out my intro video. I'll break it down. It's probably kind of grainy and ugly and shit, but whatever. I'll keep it improving. I'm getting better and getting better and getting better. I promise. So, the name of this video is "The Heart of Everything That Is," because I got some things, some feelings, some things on my mind, and I didn't get to finish up some things in the last video, and I kind of want to I can't be able to use this shit because the fucking sounds they put in this shit. But I'm gonna play a little bit anyway.
Check this out. I'm using my phone. I'm on the laptop now.
Is this where you got your first strike?
No, I didn't didn't get no strike for this video.
Nah, I'm just bullshit, bro. I'm just
For whatever reason, the little screen, I think, because everything I played. Wait, I was reading a book one time and they gave me a copyright. Come to think of it, but most of the stuff that I realized you can't read a book on.
Women sit on social media, you sit around, or everybody kill everybody, but you never tell the truth.
But check it out. I'm using I'm on my laptop, but I'm playing the clips with my phone. So this kind of does lead into the format that we ended up in, because I guess this is kind of where that kind of started, kind of.
The whole summer.
Yeah.
And then somebody's child died about it. That's your fault.
Because that's an Instagram post.
Because you women sit on social media, you sit around, or everybody kill everybody, but you never tell the truth. That has been 1,000 shootings and homicides trickle back down to you running your fucking mouth, or you calling somebody and exaggerating because you feel disrespected.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I want to take that back. We was just talking about this at work. There's a chick, I'm not gonna say her name, but she kind of like one of those chicks, like, you know how like we be talking about, like, this chick is the chick that be niggas be dying behind this chick because she's emotional. Like, she gets all emotional and she exaggerates everything, and then she gotta, you know, whatever. She gets her dude all emotional. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happens. People end up dying unnecessarily. Let's not talk about the slap.
Or you calling somebody and exaggerating.
no, that's not about the slap.
Play a little bit anyway.
This is a message to all the racist England fans.
Wait, not
Play a
that.
little bit anyway.
I want her clip. There it goes. Wait, I'm sorry, y'all.
All the racist England fans.
Yeah, I follow that guy. He's pretty funny.
Let's
He has
listen.
great edits.
Let's listen to this
Your
chick.
cousins
Oh, check this
every
out.
little
And make comments on
argument.
this.
You women sit on social media, you sit around, or everybody kill everybody, but you never tell the truth. That has been 1,000 shootings and homicides trickle back down to you running your fucking mouth, or you calling somebody and exaggerating because you feel disrespected. Stop calling people. You can argue with somebody on the block, that's it. Leave it there. You call your brother that these niggas going through it the whole summer, and then somebody's child die about it. That's your fault, cousins, for your cousins, for every little argument. Because you women sit on social media, you sit around, or everybody kill everybody, but you never tell the truth. That has been 1,000 shootings and homicides trickle back down to you running your fucking mouth, or you calling somebody and exaggerating because you feel disrespected. Stop calling people. You can argue with somebody on the block, that's it. Leave it there. You call your brother that these niggas going through it the whole summer, and then somebody's child die about it. That's your fault, cousins.
That's your fault. What y'all think about that?
Is this something that really happened? Said Kevin Samuels. She said Kevin Samuels spoke about something and somebody.
No, she didn't say. No, she was just making. It was kind of hypothetical. She was talking about how females, you know, call people and get them all riled up on some emotional shit, and now niggas is going through it all summer, shooting at each other and shit. I'm trying to make light of it, but it's really not a light subject because it really fucking happens exactly that way. Like she said, the females get all on social media talking about all this and that, but they not telling the real story that it was some shit that they said that led to the whole fucking shit happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I know some people that will actually, like, they totally create the story of the moment and, you know, have people beefing with each other over something that never happened. And that's similar to what I guess I'm hearing here, is that maybe some of the events came across, but not in detail where people can truly have context to actually make the best decisions for the actions that actually took place. You know what I'm saying? So that's foul. That's like some grimy shit, really. That's some real grimy shit, because yeah, people can die from it, you know, injured, harmed, like it's relationships get lost. I mean, all over some lies, or, you know, let's say not full truths.
Yeah, exaggerations. Let me play one more clip from this particular video.
And in the 20th century, this anxiety around the fragility of racial boundaries was discussed and immortalized in the literature of the Harlem Renaissance, most famously in Nella Larson's 1929 novel, Passing. But to add one more confusing spoke to this already huge wheel, Passing does not just occur when those in a legally disadvantaged group claim membership in the dominant culture. There are also cases where those from the dominant group have crossed into a minority group, often causing public shock and outcry when their deceptions are revealed.
That has
I mean,
happened.
who can forget the internet outrage caused by Rachel Dolezal? But despite her notoriety, she was far from the first. Hobbs notes the case of musician Mez Mesro, the son of Russian Jewish immigrants who chose to pass as Black at various points in his life to strengthen his jazz career, and later wrote about it in his 1946 autobiography, Really the Blues. Mesro hoped to gain social capital.
She was talking about people passing for Black or people passing for white. Either way, white people passing for Black people passing for white. It's funny how I got the phone set up on a fucking circle light. Man, I was just doing whatever I could do with what I had, bro.
Well, I mean, that idea that I'm hearing, you know, if you think about the movie Trading Places, that's pretty much the exact same thing. Because I mean, they really traded places with us. We were the white people. With, you know, when you look at it as a political identity, the Black people, you know, or the melanated people were the white people.
Shit. I've been missing the comments. Let me read the comments right quick. My bad. He said, Drama Queen. He said, I know a guy that did a drive-by on a house that his girlfriend said the guy had raped her a few years ago. It was the wrong house by 1 block. Damn. She was in the car with him at the time. God damn, you scandalous bitches. Forgive me, God, forgive me. Go ahead, Pat. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No. Where was I? Yeah. No. The Trading Places. I mean, that movie says a whole lot if people really understood. You know, there's a lot of significant like movies that really tell us the story of America, and probably even other places as well. But the most prevalent is America, where they traded places with us. They took the power. They became the white people. They made us the Black people. You know what I'm saying? Because a bunch of white people, when they first come to America, or at least at a certain period of time, they came here as Black people, especially the Irish, the Italians, you know, probably even the further east of Europe you come from. But either way, see, I remember what I was saying, but I kind of got away from where my point was, because that little short interruption. But either way,
I'm sorry. I didn't. My bad.
Yeah, it's all good. We'll just keep it moving, man. There wasn't nothing to really make no big deal about. I mean, people who don't believe what I'm saying, you know, they gotta look that shit up.
Like we always say.
Yes, and I'm still learning. So
look,
that's what we're doing today.
I think this was my first live, and I did it at Curtis's house.
What's been on your heart, man? To let the people know what's been on your heart, man.
And it's like it's more easier if yes, what's going on?
Okay,
like really, what's going on?
Well,
like, hearts are easy. Hearts are easily destructed. They're easily destroyed.
Well,
let's have some fun.
We definitely gonna have some fun. Hold on, I'm scrolling.
I really like the setup, like the view of it, like.
Instagram. All right. Yeah. So I think I saw some crazy stuff. Hold on, let's see.
The first 3 months of y'all talking, he won't like you like that. Sorry, sis.
Wait, make that again. Oh shit! What happened?
Oh shit!
My bad.
Freaking Curtis was nervous.
My bad. What the
Hey,
hell?
ladies, if he doesn't buy you a gift within the first 3 months of y'all talking, he won't like you like that. Sorry, sis. Savage. Hey, ladies.
So did you hear what they said? You know, if he doesn't buy you a gift within what they say, first 3 months or whatever,
Mm.
then he don't like you like that. Basically, you have to buy him stuff right away in the when y'all first start y'all relationship, or he don't like you.
How's that work?
That's what the lady just said. That's all I'm saying. What do you think about that, Kurt?
Look, that's easy, man. It's the entire system is pretty much. I don't even want to get on the system, and because I say system so that I don't directly attack like certain people. You know what I'm saying? Because in this PC community, politically correct, a lot of fucking people.
Why you sound like a politician, Curtis?
They get ass hurt.
Answer the question.
So
damn it.
I think Mike Tyson said it best. Like people that enjoy platforms such as this one, you're not used to getting punched in the face no more, bro. It's like, oh no, bro, no. You say some certain shit.
You sound like
With
Biden.
every action, there's consequences, bro. There's
Uncle Joe.
consequences. Like, come on. Like, I don't get that. So with
Anyways, what do y'all think about the question though? The first 3 months, the chick says if he doesn't buy you anything in the first 3 months, then he don't like you like that. What do y'all think about that?
Well, I guess it depends on what you consider what they, buying her something, because I'm sure I bought her some dinner by now.
Yeah, probably they probably mean like a gift, like you know what I mean, some kind of something just for her.
I don't think that's the standard for everyone. And but somebody who's super materialistic is gonna find a reason why she should get some shit. So I think that it falls more into that category than the male, whatever the male is thinking, because especially if you have that type of mindset, a real dude, whether he can afford to buy you something or not, if he feels like you think you deserve more than what he is, ready to give you, he probably don't like you. But it's not because, like the gift thing has nothing to do with it. It's what, what you're bringing to the table that has made him decide. You might be bad, fine as hell, and he like, you know what, I'd rather go on and hit this thing up before I let her go on about her way. But, that whole giving a time period for something, because who knows? Like, shoot, a dude who got it might buy you something the first week because it ain't shit.
And then it don't mean and then it really don't mean nothing to him either. Like it, like it means nothing. That doesn't mean that he really likes you.
You was in his presence. He was buying shit for himself, and he didn't want to feel selfish. And he was like, "Hey, what would you like this?" It's like, "Here, go ahead and get it." Because the shit just don't, is not that significant in the first place. But putting a time limit on it, especially not knowing the circumstances of or the whole inners and outers of somebody's finances, you know what I'm saying, like you could be letting go somebody who really feeling you, know what I'm saying. So it's just
what y'all think. What you think about that, JT or Deuce or Doc, any one of y'all? Like the first 3 months you need to buy her something.
That's what tricks do.
What did he say?
He said you tricking. You tricking if you're doing that. Yeah.
That's another way to look at it. Yeah.
I don't feel like there should be a time limit on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I personally don't feel like, that shit that means that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I ain't saying it
You
like
have
that,
some-
but
No, I'm not talking about your comment, JT. I'm just
Oh.
speaking towards. He asked me how I felt about what the girl said, but Yeah, I mean, me personally, I mean, you may have some women if you buy them something and right off the bat like that, they may not even accept it. Like, no, no, I'm
Yeah,
not
they
looking
might be
for anything.
they might be insulted. Yeah, like some
Yeah,
females
insulted.
will be like, "Well, this is not what this our relationship is about." Like, why? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even really know you like that. Why why is this
Yeah,
different? You know, but hey,
yeah. I mean, she may just like to me. I feel like a woman that's really into you, you know what I'm saying, and you really into her. I think the authentic things would mean the most. And when I say authentic, you guys go have a early enough dinner where y'all can, sneak in, maybe go hit up, the park where they got, some vendors. You buy her a scoop of her. You paid attention to the conversation. You buy her a scoop of her favorite ice cream, or you get her a piece of dessert that you truly like, and like, hey, I want you to try, little shit like that. But I think, like, it goes back to what Pat is saying. If this motherfucker is looking for something materialistic from you within 3 months, she may be pretty materialistic to begin with, and that may not be somebody that you want to be with. Because I feel like if you go into a relationship buying gifts, doing all of these things, she come to expect that, and the moment that real life hits and you can't do that, that bitch is gone with the wind.
hmm
You
Right.
feel me?
I agree. So
Yeah.
guys, don't listen to that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Cause I'm gonna tell you, man, enjoying the moment in a lot of times is, cause I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm by far am I rich, but I mean, like when you out with somebody and y'all just doing stuff and it feels good in the moment, yeah, do what you do. You know what I'm saying? But trying to live by some set standard of, you know, by 3 months you should have this, by 6 months you should have that, by a year you should be doing this, and like, man, all that's some faulty shit because every relationship
It's
grows in a
different.
different pattern. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if you making that, you setting this shit up for failure from jump.
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah. If you
yeah.
listen to that kind of shit, yeah, you just as bad as them.
Let me play this.
What I want you to do is educate the people a little bit about Universal Commercial Code, the law of the land, maritime law, straw man, birth certificate. Go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so
We was eating
I think it was
cherries.
in 1933. We had the market crash. Everything crashed. The banks, everything was stocks. Everything was crashing. So uh, they needed a market. They needed a stock or something of value to use as collateral. So, who was the best collateral? It was us. Human beings, flesh and blood,
Somebody's
souls.
TV.
That's what they needed. So they used us as collateral for the banks. And it's pretty much the banks could view you as how much you can make for the system, how much taxes you would pay, how much you would work and make. So you were pretty much valuable, as far as that. So they use us as collateral. We were the most valued as far as other than anything else, as far as value. Um, so they use us as collateral pretty much in a nutshell. Uh, so they use our birth certificates. They had numbers on the birth certificates that could be used in the stock markets. You could trace your numbers on the birth certificates to see how much value you had on the stock market. We pretty much stock with the prisons. You know, they had us as prisoners with free labor or whatever you want to call it, and they made money with that.
Yeah. So explain the straw man.
Well, the straw man was pretty much they created a separate identity of you. You had the flesh and blood you, and you had the paper U. The paper U was your social security, your birth certificate, driver license number, anything else, and that was pretty much another separate identity of you that was identical to you, but that was you. And pretty much they created a corporation out of that was separate from you, because it said that a corporation can only do business with a corporation.
Right.
So they created a corporation that was not flesh and blood, that was a paperwork identity, separate identity or a twin of you that you thought was you, other than the flesh and blood you, that was the paperwork you. And that's what they do business with. The paperwork you, not the flesh and blood you. So
Pat, I'm sure you can clean that up a bit. Would you comments on that?
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, when you go to court for something, they're not really trying to penalize you, the person, the human being. They're really trying to, they're finding that there's a way for them to get the money out of that your corporation, which is named after you. But there is because it's really a lot to it, where we've been talking recently about controlling your affairs through other entities, through LLCs, and that way it kind of separates your name, that identity of that a corporation that they created of you, and you handle your business through a corporation that you create for you or whatever. So but yeah, he's got pretty much all of it down, because of course the crash happened in 29, and then to recoup 1929, then to recoup from it by the year 1933, yes, they did create they had created the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve came up with a fiat currency, because that's when they ended the gold and silver standards, where it's, they had dollars that really that looked the same, but it had gold or silver certificates on it. Then they switched to the reserve, where you got debt notes. These are Federal Reserve notes, which really has no value until they attach it to the energy of our country, which is you and I, the human beings that actually make the world turn. So he pretty much got all of that stuff down. Like he said most of it. If there's some other questions that
Well, let me play a little bit more of the clip. I think he breaks it down a bit more. I think
That's why your name be in all caps on everything that they.
Exactly. Just like when somebody dies and they get buried and they have on the tombstone corpse, that's short for corporation. And so they created a corporation of paperwork, from you, and that's what they do business with. And you think that that's you, so you agree to it.
Pause it.
Sign on a dollar line.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, all right. So that's where I would interject the whole idea about your birth, because when you were born, your parents birthed you, birth, and during the same time they're looking, based on their maritime law, they're looking at where you've come into the port, berth. You were birthed, you're coming in, and you're attached to land. But at the same time, when your life is being recognized, they're also turning around and giving you a death at the same time at sea. So pretty much as though you never really made it, you're from the time you were born. They're saying that you're lost at sea. So they're using this whole thing where if you never really reclaim yourself as being a real live human being, you're dead at sea. And that corporation, yes, it can still operate with you here or not. So if you come in to, like, most people use it in the terms of court. You go into court, they've used, like he was saying, the none of us write our names in full caps, in capital letters. It's usually a cap. We use it in proper noun form, capital first letter, and then the rest of them are lowercase. With that, they're trying to extort or get money from the entity that's named after you, but it's not really you. So, like, if you understand it enough, you can actually go into court and represent that corporation to where that the liability or charges are limited or extinguished based on how you present that case. So for the corporation, so you got to kind of separate yourself in different these, because even with a speeding ticket, even though you were the one that was speeding, but you went into court, they're not trying to, vicariously, they are trying to get money out of you, the human person, but it's that entity that they're charging. So it's something to kind of study. It's something to really study.
I know I've done a bit of reading on it, so I understand the basics of it, but I really want to understand it more. And that's why I always bring up this particular topic whenever I'm around this particular guy. He got locked up when this is my cousin. When he was a teenager for an armed robbery case, and he sat down for a long time. But anyways, they did some shit to him while he was in prison, and it made him mad, and he wanted to, do something. They wouldn't help him. So this dude went to the damn law library and read a whole bunch of books and did a suit. He sued them and he won. This dude was doing all his law paperwork himself and shit. So, and what was I gonna say? So yeah, so that universal, like the law of the land and law of the water, maritime law and all that shit. That's like what he's always talking about that shit. And because he did a good amount of studying on it, and I always try to get him to talk about that particular subject because I think that's his strong area.
Well, and that's the thing. When you're a human being, you're operating under human rights, human law, the law of the land. But when you're into this formal government with them, you following their laws. You're really under, because truly they only have laws over the sea. So that's the whole reason why they have that structure of law, because they can't really, like, what we call a judge is really a magistrate. There's somebody who, they're just handling the business of the bank. So those charges that's being brought up against you couldn't be brought up against you as a human being. They could only be brought up against you as a corporation. So that's why you got to really be careful how you identify yourself, because you walk in there and there's like, hey, you're being charged with such and such and such and such. Do you understand? My answer would be no, I do not. I don't understand. I do not stand under your laws in any kind of way. I'm above your law.
So whenever they say, do you understand? I'm supposed to say no. The judge gonna get mad at me though.
Yeah, he gonna get mad. He gonna get frustrated, and after he can't proceed past that, then what he's gonna do? He gonna maybe at the most maybe try to
send me back to the cell.
He maybe or you present a good enough case why you don't understand, and why he needs to look at you as a different entity than the one that he's trying to sue.
I went down some rabbit holes with that shit. It's a guy with the big beard. Who it's a lot of videos I'll be watching. Well, I used to watch years ago, and of him going into court and dealing with them and the language that he used, and that's why I'm really interested and I want to learn more about it because I know it's about the language. It's about the words that he used.
Yeah. Legalese, but at the same time, like it's really a scam. Like every bit of that is a scam, and that's why it's good for people to understand it as much as they can, because that's how people end up with freaking fines that you can't afford or that you really don't deserve to pay. Because I mean, you know, especially when you're talking about traffic tickets, you know, you probably got violated on the road. Like just the fact that, you know, them stopping you was probably a violation to begin with. There's all kind of different things that you can bring to the attention of the court why, you know, they need to just, you know, find, you know, look, go get some money from somebody else and just leave me alone.
I want to play a little bit more of this clip and get your analysis, and then we're gonna move on.
Agree to this, agree to that. So you are the what do they call it? They call it the not co-signer, but it's kind of like a co-signer. So you're signing for this corporation that's you, that you think that's you, and so you're approving everything, and they can't do nothing without your signature.
Exactly.
Whatever, you know,
Because you are the corporation.
you are the corporation. Exactly.
So, but explain to them how this relates to like the maritime law.
Oh, okay. So maritime law, you have the law of the land and you have the law of the ocean. And just like when you had slaves traveling through and on ships and stuff like that, maritime law is the law of the ocean. So that's why you have the birth canal, you have the what is it? I'm gonna give you an example. The flow of money, you know, that's
Currency.
maritime currency.
The bank.
Yeah,
At the-
exactly. Yeah, you have all of that, and it's based on, you know, maritime law, which is the law of the ocean. That's why all these things are named after the things that goes on in the sea, because in the sea, people have their ships coming through or whatever, and they don't abide by law state to state. So they had to create a maritime law to govern the oceans. And with the oceans, you know, that's why you have the birth canal. That's why you have what is it? The flow of currency. You have all these things that relates to the ocean. Because if that's the in that case, China wouldn't pay the USA, Europe wouldn't pay China, and Russia wouldn't pay the USA. You know,
That's what
if we didn't
what
have
he's saying
these
is
laws in place.
It trumps all other law.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why they created these laws to govern the, you know, the law of the ocean.
Well, it
That's
does
what
not.
we're really under. They say,
Go ahead.
Well, it doesn't trump other law, because actually, law of the land is the highest order. But based on the jurisdictions that they have, that's the highest order of law they can enforce. So, you know, the city and state, parish, county, those laws end up being, you know, they kind of overrule any of that stuff. Like, let's just say, like the federal law is based on the Constitution, which is law of the land. But a lot of these laws that's here in the city and are within the state, because of the flow of traffic, or how, if you want to use those different terms, through the seas, or not, you got a different constitution by each state. They pretty much can do things on their own. They can almost pretty much make up some shit. So I just want to interject that it is not the highest order of law. It's just and this really is not truly law. Most times it's some kind of code or policy. It's not real law that they're enforcing. They're just really trying to get you to pull up to the bank, make a deposit, and they'll let you go regardless of how heinous the crime. So it's overall it's a scam. The city court, state court, and you can pretty much get out of pretty much anything if you can give them a better argument than they can give you.
I want to move on to this one. Juanita was telling me a story kind of off air a bit because it was before I was able to get it going. And I don't know if you're able to hear it. Let me see.
Excited to talk about it too because I never thought in a million years that I would have lost my mind the way I did. Like everything that I was believing, I believed to be true. Now, it would take a lot longer than this little session to get you guys to understand what I'm talking about. Because right now, you guys are probably like, well, baby, your probably was right.
It's hard to understand her because she was off camera. Let me see.
Yeah, I couldn't understand any of it.
She was telling me a really interesting story.
Y'all see my picture? Y'all see my little picture? Anything anymore. If you really were to look, into further in depth and about what they're about, you can find it without an issue, and it does come with sacrifices. It comes with things that you may have to give
JT,
up.
look, you
Things that you may have to let go in order to get where you want to be. And I feel, this is my opinion, this is not, I don't have any, no one's backing me up with what I'm saying. This is simply my opinion. You guys don't come at me. Okay. But this is, they set certain ground rules for what they expect from their Masons in order to get what their Masons want out of them. Now, a lot of people tend to talk about the Illuminati and how they operate. Now, there's a lot of speculation as to whether or not they're real or not. And just to confirm that, they're very real. They're very real, and they will tell you that they're very real. Okay, so we as Black people, as Black rap connoisseurs, we all know, the best rappers alive and all that stuff and whatever. And if you ever see your rapper go like this.
Yo.
Okay.
Jay-Z did.
That right there is a clear sign of what he's dealing with. And that does have to do with the I word. We're going to watch what we say here. The I word along with the Masonry as well. Because if you do look at the Masonry sign, it has the same sign with a G in the middle of it, does it not?
Right.
Yes, it does. Okay, now the G representing in the middle, I'm not going to speak on because I don't have the exact words that I want to say in regards to, I know in my heart about what it is, but I don't know how to explain it. So I'm not going to speak on that per se right now. But as far as the Illuminati, it's very real, and in order to get where you want to be in the industry, you definitely have to sacrifice some things. I don't. Oh God, I don't. I don't know if I should be saying certain things, but we can all kind of look back.
Go ahead. You want to make comments?
Yeah, man. You know, cause there's a lot of mistaken thoughts of it because of what it has become in this day and age. But you know, I see, you know, masonry and Freemasonry as two different things. And masonry is mostly like civilization builders, people who, you know, have laid the groundwork for people to have you know, you know, like how we identify different things. Like we have our sciences, you know, we have, you know, the math, law, you know, writing, you know what I'm saying, all these different things, but it's sacred geometry. That's what the symbol that because it's not really a, you know, because you can use a pyramid, but the pyramid was created based on that contractor and the square, that the measuring tools. The G is for geometry. That's in the middle of that symbol. It's the sacred sciences, or Moorish science, as you may hear from in other places. So each one of us is a Mason to some degree, because at the least you were born of a mother. You are Ma's son. You are Ma's son. So that's where the original thing came from, but a lot of it was tainted, and you know, some of the things that we would have been taught in the temples and the mosques and things of the early days became hidden and secret, because this was the knowledge that some people used to rule over us, because we didn't understand. And now we look at these people as higher beings because they just know so much, but all the groundwork had been done that they pretty much, you know, were, you know, found and held secret, where, you know, we're getting ruled over the same kind of stuff nowadays. So um
Yeah.
rappers have made it spooky now with all this other kind of stuff, but it's all because, you know, they can do stuff like that because you don't know. But
Yeah. So let me ask JT and Deuce, because Pat's all factual and academic over here. What do y'all think about the Illuminati and Jay-Z and sacrifices and stuff? Pat's all telling the actual whatever. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about it? Yeah, so I can't argue with nothing that Pat said. What do y'all think about it?
Man, to be honest with you, I don't know that shit even exists. You know, I think it's something to keep people talking. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, for me, when it comes down to it, they're always putting black artists or black actors or actresses. Oh, they're a part of this secret society. They're a part of the Illuminati. They had to sacrifice this. You know, it's like, what the fuck? Could they not just obtain what they got because of their?
It's a
their
jealousy,
talent,
and that comes from
talents?
a lot of that
You know
comes
what
from
I'm
the black
saying?
community. I think it's comes from it's a jealousy demon. It's a
You don't
jealousy
ever
evil.
hear them saying, "Oh, Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt or George Clooney, oh, they're a part of the Illuminati." It's always plagued to put on black people. You know what I'm saying? Tyler Perry, Oprah Winfrey, you know, all of these
some of them use
motherfuckers.
the symbolism though. You know, you got the you know, when they use the 3 6s. I mean, what, no, the OK sign, you know, you got your thumb and your pointer finger together, and you got your other three sticking out. Where they saying that means 666.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot
I
of
don't
people.
know, bro. I don't get into that shit. I couldn't tell you if that shit is real or not, bro.
Well,
You know, I mean, I
well,
know masonry is real, Freemasons and all, but that Busale shit, all that shit, you know, this is a cult, and they turning these dudes out, and they sacrificing, and they walking through this door, and that's how they earn their success, and you know, I don't know, bro.
I bet there's some crazy shit be happening at some of them parties though.
oh
I mean, it
yeah,
probably is, bro.
I'm sure. I've never been in one, but I can tell you that there's a lot of the ritual stuff that does go on. You know, though there's some people who probably do some really fucked up stuff just to be a part, but that lets you know just how unlearned they are, and they're the subjects of whoever brought them in. They, you know, they belong to those entities, but the more knowledge, because it's all about knowledge. A lot of them they don't allow to get past. Like a lot of them, I don't know if it even gets to the 33 degrees, and you know the whole thing
So
is
it does. So it does exist, is what you essentially saying? The shit of
oh
these celebrities that they're doing. It's a cult that they're in.
yeah, I would say to some extent, if you want to call it cult, because I mean cult is just like the root word of culture. Like this is something that they, you know, put together. You can consider anything a cult. Like what we're doing here on this show, we can call it a cult. Like we're, you know, creating culture. But
Well, I think Deuce think you saying that Illuminati is real. He's not saying Illuminati is real.
well, you know, I mean,
He's
well, I'm gonna say the Illuminati is real, but it's not all the shit that they try to make it out to be. Because Illuminati is just saying the illuminated one, someone who's under the big lights,
right.
somebody, you know, like
Right.
when you really look at it, because I mean, it's just really how you're, you know, how you perceive it, because that's the biggest problem. Yeah, there is an Illuminati. These are the people that they put up in front of you to make you think that they're something special. And I mean, you know, whether they are or they're not, they have been illuminated by either, you know, their group or by us. We illuminate a lot of them, giving them, you know, more power, or, you know, giving them a certain level of love that, you know, they deserve or don't deserve. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I say all of this stuff is real. The just maybe not to the extent that they've been, you know, some people have made it out to be. But those degrees, if you look at, you know, because all of it, like when you really can break it down from a science perspective, you can kind of tell. If you look at like when you get your first degree, your diploma, what kind of hat they have you wear? They have that little somewhat kind of like cone hat with the square at the top. Well, a square is 360 degrees. So is a circle. The Moors wear those fezzes that have two levels of 360. The one that touches your head and the one that's at the top of the cone. It's another 360 degree, and that's just like full knowledge. And you know, you can look at it as 720 degrees. So I mean, it kind of goes deep, but it's not really that deep. You know what I'm saying? Because most of the stuff that you need to understand, you understand it. It's just it may not have been broken down to you in the way for you to truly understand it.
Yeah, I got you.
Doc says Illuminati roughly translates to the enlightened.
Yeah. Somebody that might be considered a secret to most people, but you know, it's widely known by another.
Are you up?
Let me play a bit of this one. This is my first interview with Brandon. He became a regular on the show. Invited him to the he been texting me recently. Anyways, I'm not gonna talk about his situation. I'm gonna let him talk about it. Hopefully he'll come on the show. I'm trying to get him.
It's Brendan, right? Not Brandon.
Yeah,
Huh?
it's Brendan.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, this is the first interview. Invited him to the house and kind of like tricked him into kind of doing this. Check it out.
And I see.
Okay, we're just recording the stream, and if I'll go back and edit it, and
this is live.
Yeah, but a live stream. That's what they mean. It's not on the internet until I connect to my YouTube. So, anyways, you was telling me that you woke up and you felt like you was in a different dimension, right?
Mm-mm.
What was it? You said you woke up and you felt like you was in a different time. What was it? Tell me what it was.
No, I thought, bro. Hold on. Can we pause it?
No, bro. Just answer the question. There's no pause button.
I wasn't in a different time. No, man.
What was it? Answer me.
Yeah,
I don't remember what it was. What did you say?
I don't recall me saying that.
You said.
I said.
I don't remember saying that.
I feel like I'm in a fucking video game.
Oh, that's what it was.
I feel like I'm in Grand Theft Auto 1993 because that was the year I was born.
Yeah.
And it was like a little hint, like, man, maybe it is Grand Theft Auto 2,000 years in the future because already video games have already progressed so much in the last 10 years. Man, we got virtual reality. I mean, when my dad was a kid, all he had was like a fucking dot and two things. That was video games or ping pong. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not ping pong. Just look at the progression of technology. It's going exponentially.
Right.
So by the time we even reach 100, 1,000 years, even in the future, they could create a game that feels just like this, like real life.
And how would we know if it was real? How would we know if we're playing the game or not? Like, because it's so real and you can feel the sensations and everything. Right?
That's the thing, because you wouldn't know, and that's why no one knows what life is, bro. Because they can tell you, oh yeah, you promised heaven or hell, you know, we talk to the gods. Fuck that, no one knows. And you're not supposed to know. I don't think people even think like this. You have to think like this first, like, and question what life is. And that's where a leader does that. Like, followers just do whatever they say, you know, and they just believe whatever.
Oh, yeah. Damn, how do I go back to comments in case somebody talking? All right.
You motherfucker.
So anyway, so what you were saying though, that's really interesting. That's the reason why I pulled you on here, because like that makes me, I think about that all the time as far as like, are we in a simulation or are we not? And how will we know if we was?
I do think that there's enough people waking up online and they'll show you their theories. It's interesting. Like there's this little kid that's like no older than 10 years old, and he'll tell you that like all the time we jump into parallels with just a minor fucking change, and that's the Mandela effect. That's like a hint. So like you'll see something change, but you'll remember it. Like, oh my God, I swear to God, there was 52 states. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's you just jumped into a parallel universe where that shit never even existed.
So,
do you know about the Mandela effect?
A little bit. Tell me about it.
So what do y'all think about that so far? Like the subjects that he was talking about, living in a simulation, Mandela effect. One thing is really interesting when they talk about the multiverse and they talk about all the different, because it says like you have a choice, you make decisions. Every decision that you make splits off into another like dimension. Does that make sense what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I want to give other people a chance to talk too. So I mean, if there's anybody,
ain't nobody talking. What y'all got to say? Any of y'all all in here ain't talking. Yeah, that's why I be letting you
Shit,
talk.
I have been talking.
Cause I be getting tired of talking. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I be letting you talk, and that's how I
Well,
be
no,
gathering my
not
thoughts too.
we're not talking to the people who are talking. The ones who, you know,
Who-
you know, that may, you know, if they have anything to add. I don't want to just keep, you know, stealing like I'm stealing the show. This is everybody. Everybody's here. If they got something they want to, you know, cause I usually have something to say.
Yeah,
So
you're like I'm a truck driver. Yeah, I got something to say. Trust, I got something to say. Yeah, whatever topic.
Whatever, yeah, but man, you know, I don't really know too much about what he was talking about, bro. I don't, you know, I never really got into all of that. You know what I'm saying? So I, you know,
there was a movie with Ashton Kutcher, probably almost 20 years ago now. No, well, it might not have been quite the 15. It's been a while ago. That there was the butterfly effect was kind of very similar to what he was saying with the Mandela effect, where oh, see, look, Yoga is saying the same thing. Now, Doc, he's saying the same thing, but however, this is like you've been living in. Let's just say when you were a kid, you remember, you know, a cereal that was called uh Cheerio. But as you get older, 10 years, 20 years come back, you know, and then the box says Cheerios. And that's like, wait a minute, Cheerios? Like, I always thought it was Cheerio. You know, and it was spelled with one R instead of two. You know what I'm saying? And this is things that would keep happening in different places. So, you know, this is stuff where they're saying like people actually went into like used a time machine or some way to go back and people change like just whatever they did changed the whole order of what it was when during that period that they went back to, and now it's messed up everything that you see now because not only is it Cheerios, it's also let's say I don't know. I mean, really, I mean anybody can think of whatever. Coca-Cola. You know, everybody remember Coca-Cola being one word and now it's split into two. You know what I'm
Jif
saying? Like,
or Jiffy peanut butter.
huh?
Jif or Jiffy peanut butter.
Yes, Jif or Jiffy or what is what? It's just those.
Yeah, that was it. That was it. Jif or Jiffy.
Yeah. So I mean, those things. You know, just those little minute things that you know might go unnoticed by the average person. You are like, hell no. It was this. I remember it. I remember I was sitting at my table eating cereal. I was reading the box. I was doing this and I was doing that. Like it was significant things that you will remember being one way, but then the rest of the world, you know, because of their, you know, benign neglect or, you know, just not like they just, you know, so oblivious to any and everything that's going around them. They don't even remember those little nuances. So that's kind of what that whole butterfly effect or the Mandela effect, you know, was affecting people. Because some people remember because the whole Mandela effect was really just like him, you know, coming out of jail, like when he came out of prison, becoming a president, and this that, and the other. They was saying there were certain things that he didn't, you know, some people remember happening and others don't even like. No, hell no, I don't remember none of that. It was just these different inconsistencies.
Doc sent me a picture on the screen. It shows Jiffy on the left, and then it shows Jiff on the right.
Yeah. So it's like little things like that that people were, could, almost have an argument. I was like, nah, I don't remember that. No, that never happened. And it's like, motherfucker, look at, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I remember this. Like, I know for sure it was this, and it was, it was look like this, and it, blah blah blah. Like, it was these things. So yeah, this was like a whole thing, especially for a while, especially after they reclaimed it as Mandela effect. Because it's probably something that it was probably more so the Mandela effect, but the movie came out as the butterfly effect, which was just pretty much the same premise.
Yep. Let's move on.
Butterfly effect was about time travel. Based on an Asimov thing, if you step on a butterfly in the past, you could create a famine in the future because it never harvested this or it never fed this animal or something like that. How one change in the past could like obliviate everything. That's the butterfly effect.
And it comes from the idea of like a butterfly on one side of the world's wings flapping, causing like a tornado or hurricane on the other side of the earth.
Actually, that's chaos theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was another example of like that with the movie Back to the Future, where he was about to date his mom, and that means his mom would have never met his dad, and when he got back, if all that stuff would have happened, then he would have never existed.
That's what's crazy about the Terminator 2 story, because the guy went back in time and he had sex with the woman, and that's how she had the son that was gonna bring about the war against the machines. But if the guy had never came back to protect the mom from making having the baby, then he wouldn't have never even made the baby. So like it's the conundrum of it.
That's time loop, the circular paradox theory.
Yeah. Let me play some of this. Let's check it out.
No.
Oh yeah, that's the dude that runs off.
It's so funny. Let me play it again.
No.
This is in the UK. They don't have. You see, she didn't have a gun. I don't think she had a taser either. All she had was a little baton. And the dude was just like, no. And then he just like trots away.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He didn't even run. He just like kind of like slightly jogged. That wasn't even a full jog.
That was in the UK. That couldn't happen here. He would have got tackled. They would have hit him.
Definitely.
Dogs
and then she starts throwing after him like.
Yeah. Let's watch it one more time because that's
No.
It's so retarded, man. I don't know. I saw that clip and I thought it was funny just because the way he just shoved off of her.
I got away.
I tricked you.
Versus Saturday, hey ladies, if he doesn't buy you a gift within the first 3 months of y'all talking, he won't like you like that. Sorry, sis. Saturday, hey ladies, if he doesn't buy you a gift within the first 3 months of y'all talking, he won't like you like that. Sorry, sis. Saturday.
What'd you think?
Okay, this is my thoughts on that. I agree. Okay, especially
wow, that surprised me.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it did. However, you have to think about today's day and age, where we have nothing but savages running all over the place. No offense, you guys, savages. Ow. Okay, okay.
Oh, the
but
female
savages gets nowhere in life. Okay, you can build relationships on being as savage as you want to be, but in the end, the relationships will fail once the person realizes just how ugly you have been being within. Okay, nobody wants to continue a relationship like that. It will fail eventually. However, if you're in a relationship, you guys been going out 3 months. I believe in 50-50 relationships, okay? If you want to be spoiled, you ought to spoil him. So if he hasn't bought you anything, maybe you should buy him something. Did you buy him something for the first anniversary, the second month at the first anniversary, or anything so on and so forth? You have to put out what you want to receive, and that's even before the savage world we live in. Okay, that's just period in a relationship. Men, although yes, the Bible says that a man is not required to love a woman as much. Oh, wait. The Bible says that a woman is not required to love a man as much as he loves her. Look it up. It's there. I posted it the other day.
Hey,
Okay?
I don't like that because the Bible is chauvinistic, male chauvinistic. The Bible looks at women as they don't have the same, they're lower class.
At the end of the day, and I know it's not a great thing to hear, at the end of the day, it still doesn't matter. Because if you want to be treated a certain way, just mind, if you are respectant of the golden rule, then you appreciating your spouse, buying him stuff, showing him how much you appreciate him and stuff like that should not even matter. That should come automatic, period, point blank. Even if it's not written that you should love him the way that he loves you, that shouldn't matter. At the end of the day, if you say you love him and you're not in the relationship for certain goals, buying him stuff, showing him that you appreciate his stuff, running his bath water, putting candles and playing his favorite song and stuff like that, taking the stress from the day. That, trust me, because these men go through a lot, white, black, Mexican, or whatever.
She's married.
They go through a lot just being men.
I
And
didn't
they
ask all
look
that,
to
nigga. I just
us.
said where she
They
at.
look to us as their
Comfort.
salvation. They
Let
look
her
to
tell
us as
me
their
that.
comfort. They're everything. They're peace.
Support. Yeah.
I know you guys have heard that. They look to us as their peace. And if you cannot bring that within yourself to be his peace, then you're not for him.
So
before we go on, what do y'all think about that?
I believe in a lot of the stuff she said as far as there's no such thing as equal relationships. The idea is crazy, and even like when people are breaking up, oh, it was mutual. No, it's never mutual. Like somebody, took it upon themselves to say this ain't working before the other person. Like it's, what I'm saying? Like it's never equal. I don't care what anybody says, and I want to hear what other people have to say, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
Let me read the comment. Doc says the butterfly effect is the idea that small changes can have large effects. It's named after the scenario in Ray Bradbury's short story A Sound of Thunder, where a man steps on a butterfly in the past and the future is dramatically changed. Great book, it's okay movie.
Yeah, that's more so the idea, because I did it on a surface that is more of the deeper understanding of it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she touched on some stuff a bit in there in her clip, and then what I made about the Bible being chauvinistic, and that's how I really feel. So a lot of people and then it's like the slavery and a lot of that, they justify a lot of stuff using the Bible, man. So, or just justify doing stuff that I don't agree with.
Yeah, bro. And to me, I agree with what she was saying, but man, and I don't want this to go on as I'm bashing women, but to find that woman that she speaks of, whew.
I'm telling you, I agree with that too. She embodies it.
But look, I'm gonna tell you, even I have to add myself into this equation. If I met a woman like that, I'm gonna be looking at her like, what the hell is wrong with her? Like, what, okay, what's the ulterior motive? Because it's just so uncommon. You're gonna be like, okay, what the, what I'm saying? Like, is this real? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
Yeah, because
And
you have a very big group of narcissistic women out there.
Yeah,
That
it's
make
it's
you
so
feel
fucked
super
up.
important in the beginning.
Cause I'm sure they're out there, like, you know, cause Juanita's, she's married and she embodies that stuff that she says, like she really believes it, and that's how she lives her life. And so they're out there. It's just that, you know, the media and everything, because I feel that way too all the time. Like I'll be saying, where are they? You know, where are the ones that think like this?
yeah, and it's not that I don't think I deserve it. It's just that it's so uncommon that, you know, most females that you come across. I mean, you know, you know, of course, we have women in our lives that, you know, we've known all our lives that we can trust to that level. But, you know, you get to, it's like, oh, wait a minute, hold on, like this is, you know, somewhat. I gotta be careful about this one because just, you know, just not really sure. You know what I'm saying? But I like it. I mean, shoot, I want a woman that's gonna show me the appreciation that I would show them, because I mean, it's usually us kissing their ass to get, you know what I'm saying?
And
Like,
all the drama that we go through in the world most of the time. And like the part where she said coming home and being his peace. Oh my God, that's like music to your ears right there. Cause see, the thing is, like, we facing drama, we fighting the world all day. And when we come home, we just want like have a sanctuary area. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I was gonna see. I was like, shit, you single? Shit, you know,
Because yeah, you know, a sanctuary, because, you know, but in a lot of relationships, you fighting the world, right? Out there in the world, you come home and then you fighting in the house, and then that makes you want to leave, right? Or whatever. Like when you pull up, I saw a clip, a meme, and they talked about how the guy pulls up to his house and sits in his car for a little while before he gets out, and it's like that's a bad sign. Like it's like, 'cause he doesn't want to walk into his home. You know what I'm saying? Like, got to take a deep breath and shit.
shit. Yep, that is a bad sign, and I've done it quite a few times. My last relationship, shit, you know, when I pull up in my truck to the truck stop and I park and I'm waiting for my ride, like sometimes, like I'm not even really waiting for my ride. I'm really decompressing and preparing myself for the shit that I'm gonna hear at some point. I already know I'm gonna hear this craziness, and it's just like, okay.
Let me get mentally prepared for this.
Yeah, you know, so I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't fly off the handle, you know, it's like, all right, yeah, you know, everything's gonna be good, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know, I know this fucker ain't cook shit for me, and, you know, I've been gone
And that's
all this time.
funny. That's funny because the memes always be talking about men don't be thinking about, because remember we showed a meme that showed the woman talking about, she said, we rehearsed this conversation in my mind several times, so don't mess it up. No, let's go. and like that's really funny. But it plays on the idea that women be overthinking, you know, everything, but then it plays on the idea that men don't be thinking. But we think about what before the conversation too. You know what I'm saying? Just like them.
Yes, in a lot of cases. I mean, if you're a peaceful type person, because some people that's, you know,
you simulate the conversation in your mind right before it happens. You pretty much know what they're gonna say, and then you start thinking of what you're gonna say.
Well, my thing is like how am I gonna avoid going into this? Because, you know, there's certain things that you already know that will lead into certain subjects. Is like, all right, don't be stupid and say some, you know, something like, you know, like you just kind of can play back some of the previous arguments, and it's like, okay, that happened, and then, okay, and then that happened. Okay, that might be triggering, or, you know, like them bringing something up that, you know, that might trigger you. You know what I'm saying? Just like, all right, you know what, you ain't gonna be the fool this time, and really, you know, let yourself really go through all of the motions with them, because that's what they want you to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just.
And look at the comment. Doc says, so maybe a topic can be the butterfly effect. What are small changes actually within our power to make that can start to make things better for self and community and eventually the nation world. I love that comment, Doc. Absolutely love that comment. And maybe we can figure out some kind. Maybe I can make a show like that. But that's exactly what we're trying to do here, you know. And that's why I like that idea of the butterfly effect, as far as the part where, you know, the idea that small changes, you know, can make a difference. And I really believe it. I believe it.
You know what small changes I'm making that's gonna make the butterfly effect for me? Like every day I'm doing some sort of exercise. I take, you know, whether it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes, just to, you know, do my stretching, do, you know, some sort of exercise.
That's good, man.
So I could not be a fat ass for the rest of my life.
Yeah, man, that's good, man. I'm happy to hear that, you know, and that's what we have to do. It does, you know, what they say, 60 days to break a habit or 60 days to make a habit or some shit like that.
Well,
And,
not 20, it's really 21 days, but that's mostly when you're dealing with the subconscious. So I don't, you know, where you can actually believe something different and you truly start to live in that fashion. So
Yeah, so those little changes day by day do gradually add up. And then becomes habits when you become, because we have good habits and bad. My dad used to say bad habit rabbit. And I still think about it to this day. And it's like, if you could try to turn your bad habits into good ones or you know, better ones, you know what I mean? And make your good habits great habits. You keep improving them. Like, we're creatures of habit. You know, everybody has their routines that they do every day and so forth and so on. So tweaking on that is where you make your biggest impact on, you know, like I be saying about one thing that I learned about from going to school, going to university. It taught me how to manage my time. And and like I say, using your calendar, you know what I'm saying? Scheduling, you know what I'm saying? That's what it taught me how to do. And think about shit way ahead of time. And plan it out. Plan out your day, even like a year ahead of time. On this day, I'm going to be doing this. And even throughout the day, I like at this time I'm doing this, and at this time I'm doing that, and that time I'm doing that. You get what I'm saying? And then hold yourself accountable to that. So there's the hard part. It's easy to make the schedule, but holding yourself accountable to that schedule is how you know. You wonder how some people get so much stuff done in a day, you know, and it's because they schedule, and they stick to their schedule, and they hold themselves accountable to their schedule, because we all have the same 24 hours in a day. Doc says, I used to be 327. I feel for you.
Shit, Doc, I used to be 376, and I actually got down. I got down to, I had lost 100 pounds, but I've actually gone up, I think about 10 now. So, I mean, but this was within the last 3 years, 4 years, something like that. So I had gotten to almost 400 pounds. So I just got to get back to my mission, you know, where I was. But yeah, man, I was huge, bro.
And you don't gain that weight overnight either. That's you know, day over day. Let me play a little bit of this.
Not being promoted on TV, a lot of us missed out on it. So we don't, you know, a lot, you know, I have, like, when I was first started, I said, who am I being on this interview? Am I Patrick or am I my new name? Because I've gone through this whole process of correcting that for me and my son. So there's things that are in place for us to win, because we are the heirs of this country, and you know, most people ignore it as if you just, you know, like, I'm, you know, well, he just owns some crazy here, you know. Okay, I mean, I'm crazy. I know that. You know, ask my wife, my ex-wife. Everybody know I'm crazy as hell. But
wait, you say you changed your name? Yeah, you changed the like last name. I think Bobby used to be Bobby X. He used to be with the Nation of Islam.
Well, see, no, I was born in Matter of fact, to be honest with you, Chuck, I wasn't even born here. My mother went to Trinidad with my father, who was a lot older than her, because she was in. My mother Shirley used to be with the Teamsters and the Black Panther Party. So my brother was already born, and he lived with Dorothy, our grandmother. But I went to Trinidad when my mother was pregnant. She had me in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, really, on the island called Dominica. I was born to Kambi Abdul Muhammad, but Shirley changed my name to Bobby after her daddy when she brought me back here.
That's crazy.
That's
I ain't
why
never
my-
heard none of this shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that's wild. And so I have like 2 fucking birthdays and births, because in those days in the 70s, because I was born in the 70s, 75, but they didn't allow newborns to fly on the planes coming from there. So they had to change my age to 1970. And I didn't know I was born in 1975 until Reznor showed me he said your parents lying to your dumb ass, boy. You weren't born no goddamn 70. Because he showed me a Polaroid when I was a baby. He said, how the fuck was this Polaroid say 75, you were newborn? How the fuck was you born in 70, you dumb ass? And I'm like, no, you lying, I was born in 70. So I really was born in 1975. Yeah, I'm doing fine, man.
We both came out the same year then. You're Reddit on the Chinese zodiac, so.
When I found out, when I went to get the job at the airline, and when you get the job at the airline, they tell you they have like flight attendants, they have pilots. We all in a room. We got to go through customs. So if you done committed a crime, you need to leave now. Arrest you, and we will hold you. Whoever looking for you. So some people got up, some people did. Security numbers under my fingerprint. I filled out the application in LaGuardia, Brown Continental at the time. I'm not sure. But I had called. They said, well, you have 2 child born in Trinidad. And
go by that. Because they say mama.
Yeah, this part right here.
Whatever. Some stories they telling them. And then in a video recently, and we was talking about how the black moms be telling the black kids all this, like they daddy, whatever. Some stories they telling them. And then the kids go by that. Because they say mama. So then they believe it. And then they find out later. Because one of my cousins, he found out his mama told him his daddy died. And he found out his daddy wasn't dead, and he found his daddy on Facebook.
Yeah.
And he approached his mom about it, and she was like, yeah, I was kind of like, the side chick or whatever, and got pregnant with you, and he had his own family or whatever. So like,
but yeah, that's the same thing when I called Sharon. I'm like, hey man, I'm up here in customs. And these people got me in custody like I'm some type of fucking immigrant or something, illegal immigrant. She said, oh yeah, let me tell you what happened. Yeah, so they like
what y'all think about that?
Damn, bro. That's crazy, bro. I wonder how many. Man, that shit happened to a lot of people back then. All them secrets in the families.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie. When you come up, shoot, you start rummaging around in the closet, you be like, shit. Because I ain't gonna lie, Grandpa, shoot, he left at other people's house. Like he ain't just make every place his home. It was his home. Like
Papa was a Rolling Stone.
Yeah. I don't want to really just put too much out there because for some of the family, hearing it might be embarrassing to them. But shoot, my grandfather, awesome dude, but he was truly a Rolling Stone.
Yeah. Let me play a bit of this one.
discipline the field nigga right in front of the house nigga while the house nigga's washing dishes. The massa will be beating the field nigga right outside the window, and they're gonna look at the face of the house nigga to see if he grimaces at all. So
Don't worry, sir. I got your back, sir.
I got
That's fine.
yeah. So
Okay.
basically, that's
You want me to whoop you too, sir?
There we go. So this is what it is. Essentially, they know that we're connected to each other. So they know if I beat if he beats your ass and I'm looking and I care about you, the least I'm gonna do, if I don't try to stop it because I'm scared, the least I'm gonna do is make a face or be distraught about it. The way that they started disconnected, they started beating us in front and then making sure they'll look at us. This is still happens today. The black people who are allowed to move up the corporate ladder, they're only allowed to do so after many instances of having to turn the other cheek to racism. So many times I've seen and heard, even in my lowly position, where some racist shit will happen and you gotta look the other way. I don't look the other way, but I've seen men sitting there for lunch. It'd be the only black. You see it lunchtime, particularly. It'd be 6 or 7 men from the oil rig or whatever the fuck they're working, and the one black guy. Now he's already the only nigga, and he's already having to fit in. And then now here comes the discussion about George Floyd or Trayvon Martin. He has to go along with that racist white supremative narrative in order to keep his position. Because remember, the last thing you want to be considered is what? A hostile Negro, a controversial Negro, an aggressive Negro, a overly political Negro, a revolutionary Negro, a runaway Negro. So especially if you're in the field Negro position, we're considering Mr. Shaka for the vice president, the regional vice president position, the only African American that's ever reached that. You think we're gonna let him be listening to Malcolm X at night? It's not gonna happen. So what they're gonna do is, just like in the plantation in the beginning, they're gonna talk about your brothers in front of you, and they're gonna, because remember, black people. What is that? It's written all over your face. Black people, the one thing it's hard for us to do is hide the emotion. We can lie to you, but to hide our body language is hard for us because we're an expressive people. So they know that, if you're talking down on Trayvon Martin, they're going to look right in your face. Or they're going to say, George Floyd died of an overdose. It wasn't the knee on his neck. They're going to look right in your face. And if you even have the slightest grin, they're gonna this Negro is not eligible for a house position. Do you see how that correlates?
He's well qualified.
It's just not gonna work because remember, the name of the game is upholding the systematic enforcement of rights.
That's what I say, man. And
What y'all think about that?
Man, that shit's so true. That's why I always say, bro, like, I faced that shit early on in my career as a driver, having my own truck. And that's why from that point on, I've always said I do not want a black dude as a fucking regional transportation manager. Never. To see this motherfucker shit on me, bro, and fuck me out of basically $10,000 for the quarter. It's like, nah. And then came to me a couple of weeks later, saw me in Katy, and came up to me and apologized to me for the shit. Dog, I'm telling you, it took everything in me. Now, I had went and grabbed a case of soda. We was going to some friend's house. It took everything in me not to slap that dude with them sodas, bro. Like,
just like the dude they making the memes out of. The guy was like, "Smack me, bro. Smack me." Y'all seen that meme? There's so many memes of it. The other dude, he was like, "Smack me, bro." Oh, this nigga ain't finna do shit. It was a white dude. He was talking to this black guy. And then he had like some kind of can of a beer or soda or something.
He had that Mike's Hard Tea. That Mike Spike Tea, yeah. And smacked the shit out of him in that store with that can, bro. Man, he hit him so hard, bro, the can busted. I'm like, ooh, shit.
He smacked the shit out of that dude. Smack me.
Smack me. He was like, okay. And it was what's funny about the clip is how nobody did anything. Like it was people standing around, like, and they was just like, yeah, this dude kind of asked for that. Like nobody reacted really. Like it's like, yeah, that's pretty much what's gonna happen. When if you behave like that, it's pretty much.
I think he called the dude a nigga though. He kept saying the
Yeah.
N-word to him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what triggered him. Yeah. Because the last time he said nigga, that was it. Because right after
I'm
he said
gonna
nigga,
show you who a nigga is.
he said, "Pah!" It's funny.
And then dude got back up and grabbed his cigarettes and walked out the store. I was like, God damn, what kind of dope he on? Because I've been down there like, well, man, you didn't have to do me like that.
Yeah, man. He clocked the shit out of that guy. And he
Man,
all the way deserved it. Go ahead.
Somebody knocked my ass out like that, dog. Fuck that nigga. I'm finna play dead, nigga. Fuck it. I'm out of there.
Possum.
Yeah, I'm finna play possum, bro. Cause you, man, somebody hit you with a can, you discombobulated like a motherfucker. You can't stand and fight this motherfucker. You
Yeah.
might as well just go on,
Fight's
lay
over.
down.
Fight's over.
Yeah, that's kind of one of them fights Pat was talking about. I'm fair until physical.
For real.
But
Talking about that.
Pat the kind of motherfucker that'll be standing over you. Come on, motherfucker, get up. You want some more? You asked for it. Get up.
We here now. You didn't brought the beast out now. You get to introduce yourself to the beast.
But I honestly, I'm really scared for it to get to that point.
Yeah, me too. I feel exactly that's the thing that scares me the most is myself. I ain't gonna lie. Like Nas said that in the song, and I was like, man, I feel that.
Bro,
acting up.
I've actually had fights where people had to tell me what happened.
Yeah. My daughter is the one that lets me know, like, cause it's the look in her eyes, so I can see her fear, and like I really don't want her to be afraid of me, but that keeps me from.
All right. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your opinions, and I wasn't attacking you. I'm sorry. That's not. I hope
I
you don't
understand.
take it that way. It's
I
just
feel
a
you. You know how my shit is set up, like motherfuckers start hollering and shit. And, you know, I just be like, okay, time for me to go.
Well, introduce. And we are not individuals, and I scream that on my channel all the time. We have this illusion that we are individuals, but we are community naturally. Like we're mammals.
Hey, can you pause that
travel in
real quick?
packs. We are in groups. We communicate.
Yeah.
I like the setup here. I'm finna be messy. You see how that nigga Chaka put Pat in the middle of that shit because he knew he was about to get bitch slapped like a motherfucker.
Yeah, you see the look on Alifa's face? I'll be trying to get her on the show. I wish I could get her. She's really intelligent. I don't know why she won't get on the show more.
Man, he put Pat in the middle, goddamn. And Pat got it all blacked out. Like, I don't want her to see my face where I'm at. That slap going straight across the screen.
Yeah. But see, you know her. That's the reason why you can see that. I don't know if everybody else can see that.
With each other. That's how we control. That's how we dominated the world. Okay. So, but they got us thinking that we acting by as an individual, and we order everything from Amazon, and we just don't worry about nobody. But no, the community. So this is to wrap all this up is the only way things are going to change is from the grassroots. The only way things are going to change is if people like me and you get pissed off enough to go out there in the real world, not here on the internet, out there actually in the community, trying to build and create programs that actually help people. There's so many problems out there in everybody's community. You can pick one. Everybody pick one problem and just freaking go at that hoe and try to freaking fix it. Don't think that you don't have power. All the community, everything that all the institutions started with somebody fucking starting that hoe. Period. And it might fail. Maybe it will fail, but you learned something. You learned something. You can share that with the rest of the community. What you learned in failing, trying to make something actually literally happen. And then you share that information with someone else, and it keeps on going. We all just keep on learning on how to actually attack these problems and actually literally make true physical real change in the real world.
I understand that. I definitely understand where you're coming from.
We can't look indifference, being passive, that is being ignorant. That is the grease for the machine. That's how it keeps going. That's how we all getting rolled over and mashed. That's how they freaking steamroll.
This is probably why she don't get on the show.
Because individually we don't have no power.
We've had this particular conversation, and you weren't able to keep calm the first time. You're not able to keep calm this time. So
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm not pointing at you. It's not
Learn to read the room.
I try, I guess. I don't know. I do antagonize y'all on purpose sometimes, though.
That's why she doesn't come on the show right there, because I know Leafa. She hates being interrupted, and how we kind of interject when somebody else is talking. She'll just lead a fucking podcast. I know her. Like
Yeah.
I'm surprised
She left
she
soon
stayed
after
in
that.
there.
Yeah, she did leave soon
like,
after.
Like how we interject and just talk over each other. Yeah, she man, I ain't going in that shit. That's a zoo. Like,
yeah.
And then she gonna call you out on it. Say, player, step in my counter.
Who, me?
No. I'm just saying that's what she'd say.
Yeah.
Say, player, step in my counter.
That's your sister?
Yeah, that's my sister. I love her. I love her to death. Yeah. But it's hard for us to talk about stuff. But I'm sure it's like that with a lot of families, you know. I can't even have. That's why I have this place. That's the reason why I'm making the show. And I say it over and over again. But these conversations I can't even have with them. Some of the conversations we have on here, I would say a lot of the conversations we have on here, I can't have with them. That's why my mom be jetting out of the show all the time. We're trying to get her to get in here.
Well, you know, you got to calm down a little too. Like when Kamora Fresh came on, man, you were all over him and hammering.
I wanted to talk about that. I did want to talk about that because Pat, I was watching that video. We're gonna play that. I might go to that now, because I felt like Pat was the one that was really badgering him. When he said Kamara Fresh, once he said that he was a Native American, you sat up in your seat and you was like, "Say word." Let me find that clip. We're jumping the gun a bit, but I'm gonna find.
Wanting to find out who we were and chat with us.
He never came back either.
We made it all about him and focused on him.
Yeah, I think you're right, bro. When I was going back and watching the video, I felt like we might have made him uncomfortable. Let me see if I can freaking find this.
Did I really focus? Because I had
saw the
questions.
change.
Yeah, because I mean, I do get interested in those type of conversations because, you know, I think should be more of, you know, a lineage conversation, and I like to understand how it winds down, because if, you know, like there's guys, like I had a conversation with a guy today that, you know, when I told him I'm an indigenous American, and he's like, okay, so wait a minute, what does that mean? And I tell him, it's like, well, yeah, that means that, you know, my ancestors have been here, you know, since before this government, and, you know, even previous governments. Like, it's a perpetual thing. And he said, well, what about those people such and such? And it's like, okay, well, I have to go through the part where a lot of these people are not real Indians. And that's just, I mean, you know, I think people really need to know that, you know, some of them are. I'm not saying that none of them are, but a lot of them that we see today are people who are pretenders, you know.
It's funny that you said that, Doc, because I was thinking the same thing, bro. I was watching this video when I was editing it, and that's what I was thinking. And I think we was harsh on him.
See, I'm actually 4 generations off of Lakota myself.
So, and then it was on the matriarchal side, because he said it was on his mom's side too. So it's all the way. He's all the way legit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I mean,
mine's on my mother's side as well.
yep, same for me. But however, I mean, if I don't think that you ever stop being that. That's a part of your lineage. So I mean, regardless if you say you're a couple generations away, it's more so you that don't identify with it than
My,
anybody else.
my son is 3 off of Cherokee Comanche.
So, Doc,
Comanche.
you was
On
watching
his,
this.
on his mother's side.
Were you on the Kimura Flesh show that day? You was watching and making comments?
Yes, I was.
Oh, okay.
I was typing some in, but you guys got so involved with him, none of mine made it in.
I hate that. That's why I really try to. I'm getting better though. I'm getting better. When I'm on another page, especially when I'm on another page, I don't even see the comments. I have to remind myself to go back.
So I mean, are we supposed to walk through those conversations as if like we're not really interested or want to know, like, because I mean,
That's the thing, I think, because I was interested. So I think that because when he made a comment about I don't want to make comments about the spirituality, related to my Cree background, spiritual practices and stuff, because that's personal or whatever. But it was just that, like, the stuff he was talking about was super interesting to me. I wanted to know more about.
Changed.
Yeah, I wanted to know more about him. Yeah, I feel you. I'm getting better though. This is like, I think, like I was saying earlier, like I think that I'm made for this. Like a lot of the stuff that I've done has led me here, and I have a lot of skills that's related to this. What we do here.
Okay.
But I need to improve. You know what I'm saying? So, but this is the opportunity.
When you get to a point like that, you saw the change in the energy. The next question should have been, well, what would you like to tell us about that connection or another connection that you have with your Cree background? And that lets him change the subject off of spirituality
to whatever he wants. Yeah.
Right. And then you can follow up from there after he's not uncomfortable anymore.
Yeah. Let me play some of it, and then
we need to have a couple of beers sometime and talk about some things.
And make the show better. Yes, let's do it. Man, why don't you how come you don't have my number, bro? I don't have your number. Send me your phone number in the private chat and I'll add it and I'll send you a text later.
Yeah, man, I've got the same number I've always had. You called me before.
Oh, so I do have your number?
Yeah.
I don't know. You don't pop up. You don't pop
I've
up
had the
on
same number since 1992.
I'm like that too, bro. I hate changing numbers. The last time they tricked me, I would still have the same number. I've been having the same number for a long time already, but even the last time I changed numbers, they fucking tricked me, bro.
Dude, I might become president of the United States. I'll still have this damn phone number.
I do have you, Christopher Doc Paul. Hold on, let me see. Wait.
6905.
Let me see. Hold on. It doesn't show your numbers. It's showing some weird shit. Hold on. Add to existing contact. Hold on. I'll look at this
I
later.
remember that. I remember that video right there with that guy.
It only has Messenger for some reason. So text me the number in the private chat and I'll add it to your thing. It's popping up as Messenger. It's not popping up as you. Let me play a bit of this. We focus on like mental health and mental, spirituality. We talk about that forever. That's really our favorite subject.
Right. So when I say, like, I guess you'll really understand since you learned about anthropology. Like, if I say, like, I identify as an indigenous person, even though I don't necessarily look it, you'd probably be able to understand that, right?
Well, tell me about your lineage. Tell me about your family.
My mom's a native. She's an indigenous woman, and my dad's white. But it's the community and culture I grew up in. It's the spirituality practices. It's the cultural practices.
Right.
And even though,
What did you learn from her? What was her tribe? He mentioned spiritual practices.
She's Cree.
I can't help
Cree. Yeah.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah,
I thought you would say a different one. That's very interesting. I didn't know they had that many Crees up that far north, because the Cree were more southern, right? Historically, they probably went there when all the fucking drama was happening, when they was when America was expanding west.
We have lots of Cree people in Canada. It's the huge population of Cree people in Canada. Are you thinking Creek?
No, I'm just thinking historically.
Like Creek Nation and stuff.
Were the Cree there historically, or did they move there? That's what I'm asking.
So they were more like Eastern Canada, and then they moved into Western Canada. But I'm from a community where people are Dene, and they went down south and became the Navajo.
Okay.
So there is kind of like the reverse of what you were just talking with the Dene here, where they went south and they have the same language.
Okay, yeah. So that makes sense. So yeah, that's what I'm always interested in, because and we always talk about the history. And see, the thing is, I have a problem because in my schools, in my classes that I take, they tend to focus on the tribes of South and Central America. You know what I'm saying? And they tend to avoid talking about the ones that were, North America, United States, Canada area now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's a reason for that. So, but anyway, so you say your mom was Cree. Did you learn any spiritual practices from her, or anything like that?
Yeah, for sure. I've to partake in lots of ceremony. Definitely when I was younger and into my more teen years, and then as like an adult, I think I'd done what most adult people do, where they run away from culture, join the regular Western society,
Yeah.
And be part of that. Because it's like definitely the hardest thing about being an Indigenous person is like really walking your spiritual path, because it's so kind of opposite from
what the world is trying to get you to do. So we are, so Indigenous people, it's about the earth, right? It's about nature. It's about balance. You know what I'm saying? And then the Western world is about consumption and all about meat. So what about we? Let me ask you this, okay? This is a concept that I think that a lot of people don't really understand. The I versus we, okay? And with most of the Native American tribes, the way, even in their language, they hardly have I in it. It's like we for everything. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I'll give you like a little thing particular to me. So there's this concept in the Cree culture called Wahwoten, and it means like a kinship or a relationship. And one of the things that was like really taught to me was that I don't necessarily own anything in life.
I love his setup.
I only own my relationship to it.
Yes.
I don't own my girlfriend. I don't own, like, obviously I own my car or whatever, but like, but even that, right. I own my relationship to my car. I own my relationship in certain things, like my animals, my pets. I have 2 cats, but they're not pets. They're not pets to me. They're my family. That's my relations. That's my relatives. I own a relationship to them. And so like trying to have those positive bonds is like really important.
I wish people understood that better. That's a thing that I would love to focus on, to try to get people to better understand that concept that you're talking about, because I talk about this all the time, but I really don't think they understand. So like the way people act with their kids, they act like they own their kids. It's like, that's a life. You don't own that. They'll be here after you. Don't
kind of stray away from, just because it's like super personal.
Okay.
I'm just a guy, but I'll talk to the best of my ability. Certain things like spiritual aspects, I'll kind of stray away from, just because it's like super personal. I'll give you little bits and stuff here, but anyways, like we have the numbered treaties, right? And definitely lots of the treaties were kind of mistranslated when they were being translated on purpose. British Columbia never signed a treaty. That's technically unceded territory. But like my great-great-great-grandfather, he signed one of the treaties, in Treaty 6.
Okay, this is where you start attacking them, Pat.
There's this unique story that I've been told where there was like this chief, I can't remember his name, where they were talking about the treaty and how much money they'll be given for this, whatever the X amount of thing is, and he like grabbed a ball of clay,
I just been sitting back listening.
and he like put it together
What?
and threw it in the
You
fire.
gotta see right here.
And he's like, now throw your money in and tell me which will last longer.
Mm.
Like what's gonna last longer, this money or this earth?
Because the money ain't worth nothing. It's so fucking fake. It's so fucking like, and we talk about that a lot too here. So like, okay, so let's talk about that a little bit. How did they deal with that? You know, do you know anything about that? As far as, did your mom explain? Like, I understand, like, you know, barter systems or whatever. You know what I mean? How did they deal with monetary systems? Did y'all talk about that?
Like back in the day?
Yeah.
Not really. I wouldn't really know too much about that stuff. You know, just probably due to like colonization and lots of that being, you know, lost or like just, you know, being part of civilization or whatever. But
because
as
I'm
per
always
stuff.
I'm always looking for answers here. Like, you know, this I'm trying to create activists. I want people to be more informed about what things that's going around the world, figure out systems that we and like out there. You know what I mean? So like, but before they wasn't starving. The government
signed and hungry. They weren't criminal justice. How there's a way better way that could be used.
I feel like everyone, because of their experiences,
Answer my question.
So we'll give it a shot. What do you think?
I guess I pressed him a bit right
It's
there.
hard. We hold on to it.
And I know it's like I need to drop that, and I
need to let it go.
Yeah,
and that's what they keep. That's what they teach us. That's what like you know. It's you're supposed to have no attachments to anything like that. You know what I mean? You're supposed to let all that go. You're supposed to just be. You know, and I think that but we're supposed to just be lazy. You know.
What's his title?
Yeah, he was a chief.
Okay.
Title or
for you, you're still supposed to like do something all the time.
Yeah, it's all about the hustle, the grind.
Oh yeah.
And these, go ahead, Pat. Like, I've been talking.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to take it too far off Pat, but it kind of interests me. He said that his grandfather signed a treaty. Does he hold a certain title or held a certain title during his time?
Like chief?
Or like whatever. What was his title?
Yeah, he was the chief of a band.
Okay. And that's of the Cree. You're saying a band of the Cree?
Yeah, like yeah. There's multiple like Cree bands and stuff. And he was like chief of one of the bands. Like because they formed, right? Like officially formed.
So they weren't really separated, so to speak. The same way that a lot of the tribes, like, you know, here we were mostly, you know, I guess with the what was it called when like segregation or
when they like created like the reserve system and stuff.
That, and you know, pretty much kind of just bringing everybody into the fold, you know, because here, what we, you know, how we look at it as far as us being denationalized, because we were the original Americans here on this land, and you know, given different titles to separate us from that, those markings that, you know, because, you know, we were very tribal. There was many different tribes, but at the same time, you know, if we're looking at the people of the continent, we were the original, or, you know, we are the original Americans. And, you know, we went through a different thing that I'm assuming that didn't happen in Canada. So it was just kind of, you know, interesting that, you know, your grandfather, you seem to be pretty young. You're what, in your early 30s?
Yeah, I'm 29.
Well, right at 30 years old. So your grandfather, is he still alive or?
No, it was like great grand, like it was my great grandfather, like in 1880.
It sounds like you're interrogating him, like you're the FBI agent and he's in trouble, like, and you're trying to discover what he did wrong.
No, I'm asking him questions. I mean, yes, you can call it an interrogation if you want to, but I'm trying to figure out, you know, how were certain, you know, tribes unbothered when others were totally disrupted. So, yeah, I mean, you know, and I'm not trying to be like, okay, he did something wrong. I'm trying to understand, you know, okay, you know, like without trying to make it a racial thing, is that how, you know what I'm saying, like you still are very well connected to your tribes, and you know these bands. You have a great understanding of all of these different things, you know, through, you know, like handed down generation to generation to generation. And he's still a young guy. Like they still are passing that stuff around as if, you know, nothing ever was interrupted. So that's why I'm like, okay, that's the part that's interesting me. And if it sounds like I'm trying to, you know, make him the bad guy, no. It's just, you know, I'm trying to be careful with how I'm asking him without, you know, I'm trying not to step on his toes or be like, you the fucking enemy, and you know, I mean, you know, that's fine. I mean, I'm okay with it.
Actually, if you look at his facial expressions and body language, he's trying to figure out where you're going with this. He's not really off yet. He's already feeling a little pressured by being put on the spot by a lot of things, but he's like, where are you going with this is what I'm seeing from the look. Even right there, you can see that look on his face is like, where are we heading?
Let me play a bit more.
That I saw when Chaka was
translation.
Wait, go ahead.
I couldn't really understand what he just said. So
he said that his body, he said that you could see from his body language and his movements is that he's trying to figure out exactly where you going with this. You know, where is this going on top of him already being pressured by being put on the spot. And that was one of the things that I paid attention to when
he
Chaka
put himself on the spot. What are you talking about? He put himself on the spot. He the one came in, explained to who he was, and his like he started with it. What are you talking about?
What were we gonna say, Deuce?
No, I was just what I was gonna say was that I could tell like from his body language, like when you were questioning him, just watching him, because I remember that show specifically. And when you were questioning him, because like you would throw a question out there, he'd start on it, and then you'd be like, well, I'm just because I'm this one, and the dude, he was confused as fuck. Like he was like, oh my god, what did I get into? You know, like it was like 'cause you would ask that question, and then
to me he seemed very poised. No, I'm just saying, like even with Chaka's questions, he seemed very poised. He knew what he's talking about. He definitely has a connection to this tribe that he's talking about, and that's like, you know, like he seemed to be very genuine, and like that's why for the most part, like I didn't interrupt. I'm just listening because it's just like, wow, this is like incredible, because you don't hardly see that, and we know that there was a totally different dynamic here in the United States, because it was like a total, you know, like 360 story from what he's telling. You know what I'm saying? And by him being at his age to still be able to talk about it the way he does is like is remarkable to me. So I mean, you know, but like I said, I mean, I was trying not to step on to it, because I mean, yeah, I can go in, I can be like, all right, so you know, you know, I guess because you know y'all white, y'all was able to stay together, and you know they fucked us over. Like no, I mean, I'm really, because I feel like he was really a genuine person, and he definitely has the connection. So you know, I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm okay because I know my intention. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what it may sound like to others, you know, hey, you know, I'm sorry if you take it this way or whatever, but in my heart, I know I came with you know, just as genuine as he was.
Okay, so here's where I'm going. Topic aside, what we're looking at is we had a complete change in dynamic in the show. We went from Chaka talking and asking questions to you. You have a completely different style and a completely different energy. He is still reeling from that. And at this point, he's still trying to be like, okay, where's this going? After all that energy and stuff like that, now we've got this, where's this energy going?
Yeah. So
It just, I'm looking at the people. This is one of the things that I'm taught to do.
And the point of this exercise is for the show to get better. So like, and we should try to be more welcoming to people. You know, we touch on touchy subjects, so I don't feel bad about touching the tingly parts or whatever, because that's what I do here. But at the same time, yeah, I know. It came out sideways. No. But y'all get what I'm saying.
You don't mind touching the tingly parts, huh? No.
I'm going to invite him back and say drop in on a random day, just because.
Yeah, I hope he comes back. And so yeah, the point is to be, you know, we want to be inviting to these people, you know what I mean? And we also want to get them to talk, because that's the whole point. Like I want to
Welcoming.
Yes, we want to be welcoming. We want them to give their perspective, so they have to be comfortable to actually talk about these really touchy subjects.
Well, look, let me ask this: what was our original topic for that day? Because, like, you know, like I said, this is like we were like, oh wow, we got somebody that came in to talk, you know. And
yeah, we was talking about getting pulled over and you're having a ritual related to being pulled over. That was one of the topics, and when he jumped in, that's what we was talking about. We was talking about getting pulled over, and then we asked him what his procedure, if he had one, and he was like, "No, I guess I don't have one." And he said, "I guess it's my privilege that keeps me from it." And then that's when you was like, "Yeah, you seem to be pretty proud of it." I don't think he felt off by that comment, but I think that's where it started. And then later on, because I felt like you was sizing him up like his family was 5-cent Indians. You know what I'm saying? That's the energy I felt when I look back at this clip.
I was.
Pat's like, yeah. Let me play a bit more of the clip and then we can analyze it.
It was 1880. I don't know, 1876. I think I can't remember when the treaty was signed. 1876, I think, or 1885.
Okay, yeah, no, because I mean, I'm very curious about it, because I mean, you know, I know about a lot of different tribes here that you know, went through different things, and you know, they were what they considered the you know, the civilized tribes, and then there were hundreds that were, you know, outside of those markings. So there was very few that were able to hold on to their heritage, where others were kind of, you know, considered savage and you know.
In Canada, we had this thing, the residential school system, where they like kick children and stuff and strip them of their identity and culture and things like that, right? And not even that far removed. I think the last one was closed in 1996. Like my mom was in one, right?
Damn. So look, and she survived that too, because they found a bunch of graves. They were just talking about that. But I think, Pat, that you kind of misunderstanding, because even though Canada is, you know, the what happened, I felt the energy of the conversation, and I was trying to do damage control here. But the natives here, it was going to be very similar to what happened in Canada. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, no, I feel that it is. I mean, you know, yeah, we call Canada Canada, but as far as I'm concerned,
yeah,
it's North America. That's right. He's an American as well. So, you know, but there were, because of the separation in, you know.
Wait, what'd you say? I couldn't hear.
No, I was just
talking about graves and stuff in 1993 or 1983 is not damage control.
It's not what?
Well, I tried.
1983
what was you saying, Pat?
No, I end up saying, I was like, yeah, I see him as still an American, so that's why, like, it's really, you know, still a thing, because it wasn't really me beating him up, but like I'm just trying to, you know, find the right way, I guess, to say it, so it's, you know, because I mean, I guess I could have been, you know, more straight to the point, and it wouldn't have sounded like, because I was somewhat fumbling around with my words, but
he's Canadian Cree. He's Canadian Cree, not American Cree.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, America is a continent, not a
Yeah.
country. So
I agree with Pat on that one. So, but the Cree is the same Cree.
Fair enough, but you do understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
well, I get it, but that's what I'm saying. But like even he said that part, they weren't Cree when they, like when they migrated down south into the United States. That's when he,
That's when they
you know,
became
they
Navajo.
Navajo
Yeah.
or whatever. So I mean, it's still some of the same people. So I mean, I don't really know enough about all of that transfer, and I'm just really trying to say like, okay, we're really, like there's a lot of the history that we don't know, and I guess was that same kind of divide happening there that we don't really know about, because like within the last year or 2 years is when I found out that because you don't really hear about the indigenous people or the the natives, the Indians and stuff that were in Canada, that part of North America. You don't really hear about it, or even Mexico. Like I mean, that's something you don't really hear about. It's like, okay, was it kind of that same kind of destructive thing that's happening, and your tribe is the one that survived, or is it more of you guys? Like, are there other tribes that made it through? Or, like, that's where I was trying to get to with it, but I guess it was taken that I was being offensive or integrative, or like being interrogating this guy. I mean, yeah, I want to know, but like I said, I'm still trying to make him a friend of the show, and not be offensive to him. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's really
It's a delicate fine line but I think that in your mind you had this preconceived idea of the guy, and that's what was
no,
the energy you was
no.
giving.
Well, I mean, sometimes you need to just go with what you see and what you actually hearing, instead of assuming. Because I mean, if I wanted to be aggressive or whatever, I had that option too.
Yeah, I think we wasn't that hard on him, but maybe he was sensitive. But either way, it doesn't matter, because it's
I
us
don't.
trying to be better at
I
this.
don't think he took anything from, like, maybe he was kind of like, okay, let's just, here's another guy that's about to ask me questions. I done been asked 50 questions within 5 minutes from this guy, and then here this one comes. Okay, what is he gonna come with? Because I was just totally quiet from the at the beginning. I didn't say anything. So maybe he took a different stance, but I think he handled it like a pro. Like, he just answered what he could answer.
Yeah. Let me play a little bit more, and then we'll wrap this one.
England taking more part.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did you say, Doc? I didn't hear.
I said I've actually looked him up a little bit. He is a pro.
Yeah, his equipment looks fucking pro-ish. I wish I had equipment like that. What does he do? I asked him. He wouldn't tell me.
He does exactly what he said he did when he came into the show. He says he bounces around and he chats on Twitch. He's a Twitch streamer that chats.
Okay, and what, he just talks about random subjects?
I'm not sure. I've only seen a couple of his things, but both of them were pretty random.
Okay. He just talks about random subjects, seems like light subjects.
Well, one of the shows I saw, he was doing exactly what he did then. He was streaming your show on his. He just bounces into StreamYard and bounces into different chats, hangs out, chats, and that's what he does. Or at least the two videos I saw were him coming into other people's shows and other people's chats and hanging out for a little bit and then moving on.
So he's recording this. Okay. I was wondering if he was recording when we were doing the show. I was wondering that. There was no way for me to know. They're
always recording.
Okay. I really didn't know that. I was wondering that. I was wondering if he was recording. I was like, is this guy recording?
Well, you identified it in the show. Then it's like, oh wow, oh, so you kind of do podcasts.
I wanted to ask him
Because-
if he was
because of the-
recording. It crossed my
No, I
mind, but
thought
I didn't want to be prying. I never asked that question.
He said, "I'm just a Twitch streamer that comes around. I saw you on StreamYard and
Yeah.
thought I'd join in."
So he's just keeping it 100. That's cool. We should
He
probably do
walked
that.
in. He walked in and he said that from the very beginning.
Yeah, keeping it 100. Let me play a little bit more of his clip, and then we get out of this.
Of that, the Canadian area, whereas it was kind of subdivided. We had the French, we had the Spanish, the Portuguese. We had a lot of them that between the midsection, because I mean from south of Canada to Mexico, into Mexico to some extent, these colonizers came in and did their thing. They started recalibrating
He's thinking about
what we
exiting right
called
now.
a way of
He's like,
life
okay,
at that
I gotta
time. You know
wait
what I'm
for
saying?
my
So
right moment to get out of here.
it was like I said. I mean, because I've know that the indigenous. I've looked at documentaries and different things that talked about the indigenous in Canada. Of course, I haven't seen anyone of his shade, but of course, I have people in my family who are, of the same shade that, I can say, that's blood cousin that, looks like him. But at the same time, you don't really hear that a whole lot. But it's
You was walking on eggshells right there.
regardless of the shade, just understanding, the things that they've gone through, because none of us are truly directly connected at this point of history because of the great job that they did to disconnect us from it. So I mean, I'm just really interested, because I'm just trying to find out as much as I can, because I don't necessarily focus on Canada as much. Indigenous exists everywhere on this planet, but for any of us to still have a direct connection with their mom, somebody that can say this tribe, we don't necessarily have that a lot here. I can say Choctaw, but that was still a broad statement, and that's not necessarily what we called ourselves.
Yeah.
That. So,
well, I think I can help with that. Depending. That's me still trying to do damage control all late, like on the situation. People lost the history, right?
But how is it really damage control? I mean, I'm trying to get to a certain degree that maybe none of us really have the answer to, because I mean, we all know that colonization happened. Even in Canada, and like I was trying to say, like how are some people still connected to specific tribes when we know what kind of damage was done? Like, I mean, shoot, even the Cherokees and the like the tribes that we know that's on reservations, like a lot of them don't even like know the history or whatever. So I'm like, this is like new or like good information to know that, I mean, there's still some people who really have that that handed down voice, that vocal passed down from each generation. But I mean, it's all good. I mean, all the questions you ask, what you don't think that there was, when I got on is damage.
No, I think I badgered him a bit too. That's what I was saying.
What I'm thinking is he got pushed into a corner of information that he didn't know and wasn't comfortable with.
Well, and which would be fine. I mean, it's not like like maybe the way you guys saw it is just not what I mean. Like I said, I mean, the way he handled it was just like, okay, I mean, because he's just like, hey, I can answer what I can answer, and the rest is, hey, I don't know. So
Oh
you
yeah,
got
yeah.
you got to respect that. I mean, I don't expect him to just know some shit, just but like I said, I mean, it was very interesting. I mean, if you saw my posture from the beginning, I'm just listening like, damn, okay, this is pretty interesting. And like I said, I have cousins that you would never think if like you saw us together, you might think, okay, we buddies or whatever, but you wouldn't know that we actually blood. You know what I'm saying? Because they look like a totally different race, but they are 100% blood. But
yeah,
or at least 50-50. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't no incense. But
let me play this little bitty clip right here. Check this. But as far as what I can see, the clout chasers are winning. The fake boobs, the fake butts are winning. The fake eyelashes are winning. The transgenders are winning.
momentarily.
We're losing.
Dime que tú quieres. Pat was like, momentarily. Focus on society as a whole. Cause what do y'all think about that? Like this guy's.
Wait a minute. What was that? Jamaican track star sneaker deal. Yeah. Damn it. I lost my train of thought. Let me play this.
Comment here. They promote that ratchetness. They promote the disrespect. And also make it seem respectable because they reward it. Like, what's the girl's name from Dr. Phil? Catch Me Outside. But look, she's rich as fuck, famous. She's successful. She's a successful person. She's a successful person.
Danielle Bergoli.
Yeah. What was that pipe you puffing on, Pat? That looked fancy.
Or Bad Baby, as she's called by her rap name.
Yeah, her rap name is Bad Baby. Yeah. Pat was
Why
all
does
in.
a 54-year-old white man know this shit and you don't?
Yeah. I know this stuff. My daughter was into her back in the day when she was popular. I just couldn't think of it at the moment. It's hard to do this sometimes, bro. Like my mind be going 100 miles an hour when I'm doing the show.
I heard
That's
of
what a
all that
producer
Catch
is
Me
for.
Outside girl, but I wouldn't know if I saw it anywhere.
Oh yeah, I think I followed.
You gotta
her on
be
something.
media trained, Taka. Like Joe
Dang.
Budden say, this nigga's media trained.
It's funny.
Who Chaka?
I say Chaka has to be media trained, so his mind don't go 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's tough. Let me see. She blowed up off of Catch Me Outside. How about that?
Well,
So this is
Yeah, my husband said it. He said it's all about entertainment. People don't really care
And that's
about
what I do
what's
with
right
you.
or
I
what's wrong. They
entertain
just
you.
want to be
I
entertained.
consider myself as this.
But we need more than just entertainment in our lives. You know what I'm saying? We need, we need to be on the same level as far as elevating ourselves. It's not all about hee hee ha ha all the time.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Especially about dumb stuff.
Exactly. I agree with her wholeheartedly on that comment.
That shit ain't entertainment, it's distraction.
Yes. That's a
It's
better
exact-
word.
Yeah, that's really what it is. And I wish people could identify that more. But
I keep saying it all the time. Weapons of mass distraction.
Yep. That's what it is. Let me play this.
So would that mean that the masculine is actually more
No, what he's saying is still the same as what I'm saying, because I remember this show because I blew Pat's mind on this show. He was like really into this. Because what I was saying was order has to come out of chaos. Chaos cannot come out of order. You know what I mean? What the chaos has to create the order. The order is a dimension of the chaos. So putting the chaos in charge, letting nature do what it do, puts things back in balance.
we're pushing against the balance with the masculine principle of this order.
Yeah. So we need to go back to the Ankh instead of the Krog.
The masculine is the order, but it comes out of the chaos.
Exactly. That's a very good example. Perfect example. Because the Ankh represents life forever. The damn cross represents death. Two phalluses.
Yeah.
Two phalluses can't keep creating life. You need the yoni and the phallus together for life to continue. And also the other thing we was talking about,
I was making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches while I was talking in LA in that video. I know I'm putting you out to sleep. Let's just go a little while longer.
I'm
You here?
about to make me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, that's what I was doing in that video while I was talking.
God and the devil. Like, do you think the devil is God in a ski mask?
I give anything to see his true face. I like silhouette with a bandana, with a head wrap on,
Pat, leave me alone.
a bandana.
Leave me alone, Pat.
Kurt,
leave me alone.
Curtis know all about it. Curtis is God in a ski mask with a bandana on.
What? All of us are.
I love that clip. That's one of my favorite clips right there. I could play that clip over and over, bro. That clip right there. Let me play it again.
All of us are.
Yeah, right there. Where I say, Curtis.
All of us are.
Yeah, and then he says all of us are. That's why I love doing
All
the
of
show
us
with
are.
you, Pat, because you be reading my mind, bro, because that's my point of what I was saying. That's why I said that.
Curtis is God in a ski mask with a bandana on.
What? All of us are.
I love that clip. I love it. It's those magical moments that happen. One of the things I be trying to do, because like I said this before, though, I really believe in the randomness of the universe. So like some of the things I do on this show, I kind of rely on the randomness. That's why I be scrolling the Instagram like I do. It's a method to my madness. It's like how things sync up. Like when I be editing and I see how random ass shit be syncing up with the background and the pictures or whatever we're playing, and then whatever we're talking about and shit. Like that was a moment that happened right there. The clip that I just played. That was one of those magic moments.
That magic moment.
where it all falls together. Because we had comedy, we had a message. Because you God, whoever listening, you God. Believe it.
A version of it.
Eye contact.
Yeah. I was all emotional in this one. Well, JT said, yeah, you God. I know I'm God. I wake up in the morning and I tell myself, I'm God. You God. What's up, God?
What's up, God?
I know how JT think. Let me play this.
Effort that is. Look how little effort. Just smile somebody when they look at you, when they give you eye contact, when some random dude walking down you beside you on the sidewalk and y'all have eye contact and you smile at him and he doesn't go home and commit suicide that night. He was thinking about going home and killing himself. Your smile stopped it from doing it. All it took for you was your little muscles on your face to do something. Little bit of effort.
I think that's pretty heavy. Like, that was after the banana on the sidewalk episode.
And how many episodes do we have?
Bruh. I mean, I could pull that up right now if you're really curious. Want me to pull it up? I was thinking about showing y'all some analytics on here anyways before we wrap it. So that's probably a good idea. Let me see.
we're at 4:15. So
Yeah, I know. That's what I was looking at. I know. I was looking at it. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna have to wrap it soon. I don't like these to go 5 hours. Hold on. Let me see. I should be able to do this. Yeah. I look at these screens all the fucking time, bro. Always looking at these damn screens. So this is my matrix. Like, and I'll be making fun of. I posted a post on Instagram about how making fun of the stock market being like that is basically just gambling. And then I'll be talking about how guys that trade on the stock market and they're looking at the damn screen of the all the different. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
The analytics.
Yeah, looking at that screen, they show the different companies and how they're going up and going down, even throughout the day. So and then they make their trades based on that stuff. So, and I mean that's a good way to make those money with those short, quick trades. And I get it, but you're looking at that damn screen all day. You plugged into the matrix, like you plugged.
No, most people do not watch it all day. Like shit, from 9 to 10 o'clock maybe. Like a lot of them people that you talking about, even like the newbies.
Hey, excuse me.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a bond that Ryan Middle School gave me. How I go about finding where it's at, how it's doing, and cashing it in.
How do you know you have a bond? What makes you think that?
Now, I remember that they gave me a bond when I was going to Ryan Middle School. They started me off with one for college.
And it was money getting put into that.
Yeah.
Man, for whatever reason, they just got to knock me off at some point of the show.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens. I don't know, JT. And I don't even think Ryan Middle School is a school no more. I know that building is not the same. It's something else. I know where the school was. It's not there anymore. So maybe it moved. I don't know.
Nah, but the bond know what I'm talking about.
Well, you probably would have to go through the school. That's why I'm mentioning the school. That's where I would start. Is go there and talk to someone there and find out. They let you know where to go from there.
All right.
That's the only advice I have on that. This screen right here, it shows this is the basic overall channel analytics screen right here. And this is for the main page. So yeah.
Chuck, you got two sisters?
No. It's really my mom only had 2 kids, me and my sister. But I do have a sister by my dad. My dad had 4 kids, 2 with my mom and 2 with a previous marriage.
Okay, but I thought because all right, the one that came on with the braids, that's not your sister?
That's my sister from my mom.
Okay, so you got a brother too?
I have a brother by my dad. It's not by the same mom. Yeah.
Gotcha. So
okay,
the one,
so go ahead.
The one that was talking about the one that with your mom, what's her name?
And Alifa. That's the one that was on the show.
So that was the same one, but just
yeah, same one. The other female that was on the show. The other female that was on the show was Juanita, my cousin.
With the braids.
The braids is my sister. I don't think Juanita had. Did Juanita have braids? I know my sister had braids. I don't remember if Juanita had braids. So this is the basic analytics page. It says the channel got 21K views in the last 28 days. That's based on, most of those were from the ads that I had, and I turned those off. So, but I mean, that looks good, but that's deceiving. But that's pretty cool though. 68 subscribers in the last 28 days. That's pretty good, and that's as a result of those ads that I had going.
Was that for the new channel or the?
This is the main channel right here we're looking at right now. I'll switch it to the other one in a second. 252 subscribers for this page. Oh yeah, you wanted to know what the total views was.
Well, I guess another thing I want to know is like how many people are really watching live and how many are watching on replay.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Right now, it's dead. I'm broadcasting on the backup page right now, but it's been getting like 0 to 2 views like the last 2 weeks. All of my lives, and then they never was ever got. I haven't got that low views like ever. I'm telling you, even when the beginning, I freaking got more views than that.
Well, remember, I'm on Twitch, Facebook, and StreamYard right now, so I'm 3 views at once.
Well, they might not be counting. They might not even be telling me. Like, I don't know, bro. It's something shady with this shit. So it says joined March 26, 2013. That's when I first made a YouTube channel so that I can subscribe and shit. But I got 68K views. So 68.5. That's all those views. Pretty much. That's pretty damn good, bro. Like
I'm impressed.
68K. Yeah, I mean, and with the dry ass shit that we be talking about, I think that's impressive.
Come on now, the awesome shit we be talking about.
Well, I'm just being 100 about it. I know that this ain't for everybody, and it's you got to take a tall glass of water.
You believe it's dry for real?
Sometimes I try to keep it from being that way, but it's tough because of the stuff that we talk about. I wish that we could make it less dry.
No, not based on what you think other people think.
I don't know. If what
no, you know what you think. I'm saying.
Well, I think at moments, I think we have our moments. I think that the show tends to go stale at times, and I try to bring us out of that. That's when I be changing the subject and trying to play videos or something to try to bring the energy back. You know what I'm saying? I want it to be natural. I want it to be organic. You know what I'm saying? I want it to be I was talking about music and the difference between digital and analog. We talked about that a bit. And when I did music, I always like to record it in analog. That's just how I like to do it. And that's how I like to do the show too. So, but with that, that's where you have those peaks and valleys going on, so yeah, sometimes it gets pretty stale. That's probably why I be putting you to sleep sometimes. I'm just being 100 with myself. Let me see. Oh, let me show y'all.
You take a whole lot of stock in having control over how you affect people. Because I'm gonna tell you, I don't know if you know how I work, but I just be tired.
Yeah, I feel like I put y'all to sleep sometimes. I feel like I do that. Let me show y'all this. I don't know. I wish I could make this bigger. I don't think I can make it any bigger. But this is the screen that I look at all the time because it makes me feel good. So look at this. India, Indonesia, Mexico, Vietnam. These are the top 4. You got 15K views in India. What is this? This is just the last 28 days. Let me do. How long have we been doing this? Let me see. We've been doing more than 90 days. Let me do more. Hold on. I'm gonna do 365. That'll cover all our stuff that we're doing. We haven't been doing a year yet, but this will cover everything. All right. This is for basically overall views. This is on the main channel. So look, India 27K views, bruh. Mexico 5K. So India by far and away is our biggest audience, basically outside of the US. But wait a minute, where the hell is US on here? Because let me see. Because really, I think we get more views. Let me see. It's not even showing the US on this list, so I don't know. I can't say. So, anyways, India with 27K, Mexico with 5K, Indonesia 5K, Philippines 4K, Vietnam 3K. Oh, here goes the United States. So yes, all of these are above the United States. India, Mexico, Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam. We get more views in those places than the United States. What y'all think about that?
That's pretty damn wild. And I'm just I'm interested. I mean, because India is
They must be a lot like us. They must. I don't really get it. I've been thinking about it a lot, and it's like I know it's a lot of brown people in India, and I also know that they're blowing up with their phones. Like they're becoming big boys. I was talking about on the other show because they're buying fucking fighter jets and helicopters and shit. Y'all seen that shit in the news? And buddy is persecuting Muslims over there too. So the Europeans are cool with them. They're happy with what they're doing. And India is moving on to they're moving into the world stage, bro. They're going to be, I ain't going to say like China, but they're going to be one of the big boys like United States, China, Russia, Iran. Can't forget about them.
I think
Saudi
that's
Arabia.
I think that's one of the focuses of our vice president.
Because she's Indian. To become more friendly with India, or just they like it. They probably do like the image of it. It's always about this image politics shit. And then how, like, you know, the black man, they ripped everybody off with Kamala Harris. Let's not get on the politics. So yeah, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, US, and then after the US is Turkey. That's another one that kind of surprised me. Turkey. After Turkey is Brazil, Thailand, Colombia. Let me go down the list. Ukraine, Argentina, Iraq, Dominican Republic, Russia, Egypt, Kenya, Guatemala, Honduras, Ecuador, Saudi Arabia, Tanzania, Jamaica, Algeria, United Kingdom, Sri Lanka, Venezuela, Nigeria, Morocco, Peru, Puerto Rico, France, and South Africa. So that's the whole list.
Yeah, take a look at how many of those top countries are top polluters. And you don't hear them talk about that when they talk about climate change, except for here in the US, right?
That's true. It's because, and I've looked at this subject a bit, but it's because these bigger countries, the richer countries, are the more polluters, and really China. And then, like, when you really start talking about it, you got to put a big old hand of it in China's lap. And I think China knows this. That's why they're trying to.
Here's the thing. China is still, by the UN and World Council, considered a third world country. They're a not third world, but developing nation.
Yeah.
Because of that, they don't have the same structures that everyone else has to have, like, you know, all the developed world.
Yeah, so like I said, like to back up what Doc is saying, I've done a little bit of studying on this. So if you know anything about the topic, you have to put a whole bunch of this problem in China's lap. So the thing about this is a global issue, though. You know, this is geopolitics. Like, we all have to live on the earth. The air that's over China, you think it just hovers around China only?
Nope. Of course not.
But it's very convenient for the Americans to do the brunt of it, despite the fact that for the size of our economy, we have 40% less emissions than the entire world.
Yeah, so but the rich countries got the money to make moves about it, and also the rich countries are the ones that's polluting the most. Like we got to talk about airplanes. So
Well, can we talk about the fact that really global warming is really some bullshit and it's a political ploy only?
Well, climate change is real. I have to say that. But
Well, let's have fun with climate change before we get to that point.
Yeah.
Because that's where we're going to get anyway.
Yeah.
It's like they say cow farts. Methane is one of the biggest polluters. What I want to know is how much hot air in an election year do the politicians freaking put out?
Yeah. they polluting the whole damn thing.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you, bro. This is called evolution, and climate change happens as the Earth spins and turns at different angles. Like it's not because of pollution that Antarctica is thawing out. It's mainly because we're spinning and we're getting closer to the sun. And you know, every few thousands of years we go through that type of cycle. It's the precession. You know, so I mean, you know, the pollution is a good excuse or a reason to be able to try to sell it to people, because you know the people who are trying to really gain the entire, you know, the ultimate power, they have to steer it away from the oil companies. And that's why you're starting to see all this green energy stuff, and it's coming from a certain direction that, you know, okay, this green energy thing is gonna be so much greater for you know, the future. But honestly, I mean, if you really look at the finite numbers, you'll see that it's probably not so true, because all the things that you're gonna create for green energy, you're still gonna have to use oil for. So it's just, you're probably gonna be wasting more. You know, most of the products that we use is not just gas. You know what I'm saying? Like everything that you see that's being created is made of some kind of polymer. Like it's plastic is made from oil.
Okay, simple fact. I'm going to tell you right now. One of the windmills, like the big ones in California, the carbon footprint it costs to create that windmill and the all of that is actually higher than what it returns in its lifetime. So it costs more carbon footprint to make it, despite how much green energy it produces.
Exactly. But they'll tell you gotta follow the science, but at the same time they're trying to ignore a great portion of it, because ultimately it comes down to the dollar for them, and they know that they'll be able to utilize that narrative in order for them to get rich. And then once it's all over, I mean, even if you just look at Europe, and because they've tried to move toward that whole green energy before anybody, Germany and UK and, you know, different countries in Europe, and they're finding out, they know, like the US knows everything that we're saying is true, and that it's gonna cost more. Like it's gonna have more of a negative effect than it will a positive. Why do you think they're still, like, they're trying to manipulate the energy that they can get from Russia, natural, you know, through the natural gas or whatever? It's because the green energy is not working. It's not dependable.
Well, another thing that they're not talking about is the fact that they want to turn everything electric cars. Well, the average cul-de-sac of 10 houses can only handle 3 electric cars power charging stations. So we're talking 30% of our power grid. We can't handle that much. So we're gonna have to do that. That's a hidden cost that they don't want you to know about.
Yeah, we haven't built the infrastructure.
Even with a supporting infrastructure, it's still going to cause a problem. We're going to go further into being like, it's not like we're truly a first world country anymore, but like we're just going to dig ourselves an even bigger hole because, you know, we're still allowing these people who consider themselves elites to tell us bullshit, and we just suck it up as if, you know, they're, I don't know. I think what we're doing, you know, yes, we can try to clean up certain things that we maybe try to recycle more, can help a little bit more with pollution, but honestly, CO2 is needed. CO2 is needed. It's not like, I mean, it's carbon.
Plants give us oxygen based on it.
Yeah, but what they're talking about is the amount of it in the atmosphere.
Okay, if they wouldn't cut down all the trees, then, you know, because that's what the trees need really to survive. But I mean, here they are. I mean, they're cutting down the oxygen outtake because I mean, they're, you know, what the trees and all that produce, that ecosystem, like they're ruining the planet more with cutting down trees than they are with, you know,
pollution.
Huh?
Yeah.
I said they messing up the planet more with pollution than cutting down the trees.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of it kind of works each other out. Like the, you know, regardless of how industrial you might think building a car is, it's still a part of nature, and the way it operates is part of, you know, natural sciences. So, you know, it's a lot of this stuff is selling us on you know, something that is not totally true, and that's one of the biggest problems, is that we'll listen to these people because, you know, they are in a position of power and oh this, that, and the third, but then they silence the other people who can rebut and tell you why what they're saying is bullshit.
Yeah. That's just like Volkswagen came out and spoke on it about the EV vehicles. You know, an electric vehicle would have to do some words of like 200,000 miles to be more efficient than a combustion engine vehicle. You know, and then they don't talk about how messy it is and how trashy it is to actually make lithium batteries that they're putting in these EV vehicles. The mining of that shit.
That's a big part of it too. That's a really big part that like people not really like, they don't really understand like the creation of these batteries. All right, what about the disposal of it?
And then, like y'all saying though, they're gonna have to use a lot of fossil fuels to dig that stuff out of the earth.
What about the child labor use in the cobalt mines?
Yep, it's happening right now in DRC.
43 minerals are needed for future tech. China already has control over 3. Russia has control over 2. We just have supplies. We don't have full control over any of them.
Yeah, well, but even, I mean, really at the simplest form of it, just because we can do something doesn't mean that we should.
Yeah, I think, but that's the rule all scientists don't follow, right? Let me mention this right quick because we're about to wrap it. This right here shows our like demographics. Part of our demographics. See, we got females 26.6% and males 73.3%. That's something that's been bothering me. You know, we need to find a way to reach out to the females more.
No,
it's we got 75% of our
we need the
audiences.
females to figure out. We need the females to figure out how to fool us more. Because
Hey, look here. All you gotta do is put me as the face of the damn show. Goddamn it, they gonna come in here and droves. Boy, look at that big sexy ass nigga. That big fat boy. Oh Lord, big teddy bear.
Maybe stop
might work.
seeing females and start seeing ladies and women and
Okay.
stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Well,
That
you
might
know
be a
what?
good
I like
start.
that, Doc. The language. Right. The language. Because I do. Right. Okay. I'm gonna write that down.
What you do? What you do wrong? What you do wrong?
I said maybe use ladies and stuff like that instead of females.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I told him.
Ladies.
We can't just call them bitches.
Nah, you
Of
can't
course,
do
man.
that.
Better than female, trust me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I know a bunch of women that be like, I am a bitch. And then they'll come back with your mama a bitch.
And look at and this
Anytime
other.
bitches will challenge them.
Yeah.
Seeing females, you patronizing me. Fuck you, motherfucker.
But why?
Yeah.
Help me understand, Doc. I don't get it because maybe that's probably why I'm insensitive because I don't get it. Why is female? Why wouldn't they not like that term?
Because it's considered patronizing.
Yeah, it's kind of derogatory, bro.
Misogynistic.
Yeah,
You're a
misogynistic.
female. You're not a girl. You're not a woman. You're not a lady. You're just a female.
Well,
I
and
never
you know
thought of
what?
it that way.
That kind of plays into something that I'm somewhat against because the idea that transgenders are taking up the word them being a woman, and then the women have to be denigrated to an idea that they're just baby carriers.
Yeah, man. Because look, right here on this audience thing, it says male and female and user specified. So, I mean, what other fucking terms am I supposed to use when I use male for men?
You say ladies. You don't go with what they're saying. Because we know that they don't give a fuck. Look at what they're doing to your page already. So
okay, I feel you on that.
go different from what they're saying.
But if I say male, is that offensive to anybody?
No.
You say you worship them. Why do you call them female and not women or ladies?
Well, I'm learning something today because I really didn't know that word was derogatory.
Go have a conversation with transgender.
It's only been derogatory for about the last 10 years.
Yeah, you gotta talk to.
That's
Hey, bro,
news
I
to me.
don't even know. Let me shut up. I'm not gonna say that.
Remember, I'm a strong woman. I ain't no female.
Okay.
Think about it. I know you heard
guess.
that before.
I have. Let me and look at the age demographics. So we got a pretty young crowd in here. It's like 18 to 24 is 27%, and 25 to 34 is 30%. So that's the biggest chunk overall. So the 35 to 44-year-olds drops to 15%. And then it says 45 to 54 is 9.3. So that's about 10%. That's a pretty good chunk. And 55 to 64 years old is 7%. 65 plus is 5%.
Just be glad those older ones can figure out how to use the internet.
I know, right? How the hell they find me?
Hey, at least I'm almost in a 10% group.
Yeah, that's where most of us on here is in that. Well, you and Pat are in that 10% group. Just about. I mean, I'm a little younger than that, but I'm right there.
Say, bro, was you trying to say I'm old?
No, that means they're finding wisdom in our old asses.
Yeah.
Well, that's
the
that. I
word.
mean, I accept the win. Like I'm grateful that we have such bright minds that are seeking information from different venues, and they see some value in what we're bringing. So
So, but look at this right here. This is the clip that let me know what's going on that bothered me right here. It says traffic source types, and this is last 28 days. 98.3% was from the advertisements that I had going. So look, suggested videos is 0.4%. Channel page clicks are 0.04. Playlist 0.3. These numbers are ridiculous. These are nothing. So
It
like
would
literally,
my damn stalker would stop getting me banned.
I think that's part of my problem too. I think people are flagging our shows sometimes, bro. This is what I think is happening. I think we got some haters that comes on here and they flag the show.
Oh no. Totally the day after I said some negative things about Muslim religion, I got hacked and had an ISIS flag put on my page. So yeah. I'm thinking they're noticing this.
That's a good thing, though. I mean, but we got butthurt people getting on the damn show and fucking flagging the damn show.
Well, and you know what? I mean, I'm cool with it. I honestly, I don't care because I mean, in order for them to exert the energy to go through that, says a lot.
I'm telling you, I take it as a good thing. Like all my dislikes, I love them because if dislikes are the best. You took the time to click thumbs down, then yes, I succeeded. I succeeded. Success. Yeah. So, but this right here is bothering me, bro. This isn't the people. This is the system. This is the man, Big Brother right here. Because like I say, 98% of the traffic in the last 28 days came from YouTube ads. And suggested videos is 0.4%. They're not recommending my videos. People can't find the page. This is what this is telling me. Regardless of the money I'm spending on these ads. Because it wasn't like this before. I noticed this. I think this happened after the last time when they threatened to delete the channel. I think that's when they killed it.
Yeah, what that does is put you in the bottom of notifications for how many ever days. And you're not getting suggestions because I know I myself, every time I came on, I suggested, shared, and all that for the page. So since with me getting banned, that's a little bit of a lower percentage too. And I've had people say they've watched the show, but that's it. They didn't participate, but they watched it.
Yeah, I think that's what most people do. That's what most people do. I'll be watching the views, and sometimes when we're doing the lives, I would say the most that I see in here live is like 8 to 10. Sometimes it fluctuates up there, but that'd be like the most we have coming at the same time live. You know what I'm saying? The views be better. Like Facebook be getting, like even lately, Facebook is still getting like 30 plus views for the live shows. But that's the only place I'm getting views. I'm not getting views on Rumble, Twitch, or YouTube. Neither one of the YouTube channels.
Yeah, I think I'm your one Twitch viewer now.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Twitch used to be much better before too. So I think they found me on Twitch. They found me on YouTube. And I think that they haven't found that Facebook page because it's a group. It's like, that's why sometimes I think I'm broadcasting on my main Facebook page, which I got 2,000 freaking friends on there.
Okay, all the ones that you're not getting hits on anymore, repost directly to. And that will move it up in the postings.
Yeah. Yeah, I post a lot. I post a lot on Facebook, so I think that's part of the reason why Facebook is still getting.
Like Twitch, add a couple of your back videos and stuff like that to Twitch.
Yeah.
Because that'll be like, hey, this channel is more active than just live. It's adding content. So that'll move it up in the algorithm a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't even know how to upload videos on Twitch because all Twitch is a live streaming platforms. It's different from the other ones. So I don't know. I probably can do. Yeah, I could do that. I
Go
can
to
do it.
Twitch TV and
Yeah, I could figure that out.
The desktop ends in about a month. So yeah, go to Twitch TV. It'll walk you through it. You just have to ask the right questions to find out where the instructions are.
Yeah, I'm sure I could figure it out. I'm getting so much. This is one of the main areas I'm learning in. And, you know, like I was saying, Pat, the other day, like I'll be watching videos about how to like cinematography, writing stories, everything having to do with like this stuff. And then the other stuff is like navigating these websites, doing the ads, and seeing what works and what doesn't, because the ads give me a whole bunch of information too. Like just like this analytics page that we're looking at, the ads have a whole ass analytics page.
Well, see,
So
you're doing it and figuring it out. I've been trying to study it before I start because
Yeah.
I'm going to do a gaming
I
and
just-
web page and a current events page myself. So
Yeah, I just jumped
I've been
in this.
watching first, but
I
talk
just jumped in
serious
it.
Shit, so
And I'm just learning as I go. That's kind of how I've been doing this ever since the beginning. But the show has been getting better. But see, look at this. This is the backup page right here. Can y'all see this? Let me see. Yeah, y'all can see this. This is the backup page, bro. We're not getting no. I should have showed that on the other damn page too. Let me show y'all lives. Look at this, bro. Well, it's only 54 subscribers or 56, less than 60 subscribers on this page. But still, look at the views. 2, 2, 0, 2, 3, 3, 2, 2, 1, 5, 9, 5. This is all since I started this channel. One of them got 10 views, and that was I think a week or so ago.
okay. So you want to get all your followers to move to the second page.
I've been trying to do that, but how do you do that? And I've been making ads.
You go live, you do what you need to do, but stay off of the risky shit.
Yeah.
Tell them, hey, we're moving over here. We're doing this over here.
I might do one live on that channel next week, but then I'm scared.
2-minute video saying, hey, we're moving over here.
Yeah. I did that though.
1 or 2 and bounce if you have to,
but I did that. I made some videos and I posted them to the page that said that. So and it you know, those videos didn't get no views. So like, you know, it's a good number of subscribers on that page, but they're not getting notifications and they don't know. Like none of them knows. I'm sure that page, most of the followers don't even know I'm live on another channel. And
if you have a list that tells you who those subscribers are, then send them a message.
Okay, yeah,
and
that's
say, hey, move
let me
over
write that
here.
down.
That's going to take a lot of time, but you put the time into it. They're like, hey, man, who gives a fuck?
I never thought of that. Thanks, Doc. Because some of them do have their information. The people that don't have it set to private. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Send messages to subscribers. Yeah, I'm sure they don't know. I'm 100% sure they don't know. But beside that, they're killing the page. They're murking it. I never got this low of views on my lives since I started this show. And I had less subscribers. So, yeah. It is what it is, man. Let me see. I want to go back to the main page right quick to see the live views on there. Yeah, see, even everything I'm posting. Oh, these are old live views. See, this is before 22, 15, 49, 24, 28, 37. That's average. 43. That's what we were getting average on the lives on the main page before I stopped doing the lives on that page. So but now since I don't do lives there, I just post videos. Look at the views. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 1, 9. We got one at 14. Anyways, so that's what it is. And if we have to be careful, if I do go live on the main channel, like it's not only like the videos I play, we have to be careful what we say because that's what they be dinging us on sometimes too. And it's tough. I can't control what y'all be saying. That's where I get scared. That's why I don't want to go live on the main channel until those strikes fall off, because it won't even be a video I play. It'll fuck around and be something that one of us said, comment that we made, and they'll be like, "Oh, that's it." It's so crazy that we have to walk on eggshells and fucking. Anyways, we're about to get at 5 hours. I gotta wrap it. It's 4 minutes to 5 hours. I don't want it to tick on to that 5 hour moment. So yeah, we're gonna wrap it. Anybody got final thoughts? Final thoughts, anybody? Nobody? I put all y'all to sleep again.
No, I ain't sleep.
Nah, we up.
I'm asleep.
y'all got final thoughts on the show? What did y'all think about this? Do y'all think it's a good little format? Maybe we could do it a little more often, or no, or what?
Man, keep doing what you're doing, man.
Well, no, I'm talking about today's specific format of looking at the past videos and kind of dissecting them and shit.
Yeah, nah, that was cool. I think
Yeah, it's called a highlight reel. You should do it once every 3 to 4 months, minimum.
Yeah, I feel like you should do that. You know, I mean, it shows compared then to now how the show have grown, how you have grown. Maybe the people like me that you invite in that's not as educated on a lot of the stuff. You know how I could have grown and come where I come at or something. I don't know. It just
And it helps your editing skills.
Yes, and I ain't gonna lie, this is gonna be a treasure trove for me. And I was already thinking this is the real reason why I did this, because I was thinking about how heavy the show got yesterday and how heavy we was for this week, and I wanted to lighten it up a bit. And I also wanted to be able to because I'm gonna make clips out of this. It's gonna be a treasure trove of clips because it's gonna have those old clips in there too. So it'll be able to, I'm gonna have fun with editing this one.
yeah. Oh, go and wake your ass up, driver.
I'm in 2 different worlds right now. I'm in spiritual and in the physical right now. So I'm
son.
Trucking is 24 hours. Wake your ass up.
shit. I mean, see the way my bank account work. It's got the checking and the saving, and then shit. Nah, I don't run on those kind of hours. I never have, and I never will.
I know a lot of dudes that do split logging, man. They do that split logging shit. That way they never run out of hours out there, and they do that the whole time they out. They do that the whole time they out there, split log. Where you do 8 hours in the sleeper, get up, finish out your time, take a break for 2 hours, and gain the rest of your time for the day and keep running.
Yeah. I think I saw a video recently where they was talking about how Eminem records, and he records like a 9 to 5. Like, one of the engineers was telling a story about how he was recording him, and it was like 5 o'clock hit, and he was in the middle of his verse, and M was like, "Okay, that's it. I'll see y'all in the morning." and he was like, "You can't be serious, M. You're not gonna finish your verse? No. I'm gonna finish it in the morning." And it was another time where like the big time engineer that he wanted to work with got to the studio after 5, and Eminem had left, and he called him. He's like, "Hey, I'm at the studio. Are you coming back?" He's like, "Nah. I'm already clocked out for the day. I'll be back in the morning." I thought that was, that's so interesting to me to look at it like that. So Eminem looks at it like, this is my 9 to 5, like, and that's it. I like that, to have those barriers like that, because this is a big deal. Because I used to record music, so I know how it is. Like, we record, like y'all was saying about the 24-hour trucker. That's how it is when you're recording, bro. You record 24 hours, and you never know when the magic's gonna happen. So like and then when you're in the moment, music is about feeling. You know what I'm saying? So you're feeling it. Y'all in the zone. Y'all creating magic. You don't want to clock out and talk about come back in the morning, because then it's gonna be, the whole feel is gonna be totally different in the morning.
Yep.
Anyways,
wake up with a whole new mindset.
I might not even like the damn song no more. Anyways, thank y'all for joining. I think the show is growing. Look, we got 5 of y'all on right now. It's 5 of us all together on the show right now. We've been on for fucking 5 hours. And I got y'all hostage. Taking over y'all schedule. I really appreciate y'all time, man. I can't state that. This is a lot of time, bro. Like, your time is valuable, and I appreciate every moment of it that you guys are willing to give to the show. Because it's tough, and I had to rearrange my schedule to be able to do this show, and I'm sure some of y'all, if not all of y'all, had to too.
Man, hey, for me, most of the time, it's not a bad thing, because I run overnight, me running overnight, and then like this week, it was perfect because I came back to work Tuesday. The first show was Wednesday night, so I hit all of them. It wasn't interfering where it wasn't a thing where I was at home and out doing stuff and couldn't get on the show, or so worked out perfect.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna have to wrap it. I'm tired as hell. It's about to be 6 a.m. I can't believe I kept y'all on this long.
Yeah, man. Me either, brother.
I kept y'all interested, didn't put y'all to sleep tonight. I'm getting better at this.
You be coming out here with that jive turkey crap, you know what I'm saying?
All right, y'all. Get y'all some rest, and we're gonna be back here on Wednesday. If y'all can be here again on Wednesday, it'd be great. I was thinking about maybe finishing up this show a little bit, because it was a couple other clips I wanted to play before I go into. We're gonna talk about spirituality. I want to talk about vibrations and spirituality. That's what's gonna be the theme for next week. I'm gonna try not to overload y'all with. Doc, do you get those videos that I send you on Facebook Messenger? JT, you get those? I know Pat and Deuce. I'll be sending them through text messages. But do y'all get the videos, Doc and JT?
Shit. I ain't checked my Facebook in a minute. I gotta go through there and check it out.
Okay, yeah. I've been sending you videos every week. Not as many as I send Pat and Deuce, but a couple of them. And same thing with Doc. I send you not as many as I send Deuce and Pat, but I send. Do you have access to your Facebook page, Doc? Because I've been sending you videos too through there. But I got your number now, so I guess I'll add you to the phone list. Do I have JT? Do I have your phone number? If you got mine, text it to me, and I'll just put us in like a group chat. That'll be easier. Damn it! Why I haven't done this yet? Gosh, epiphany!
That's what
in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night.
That's what this show has showed you, man. You're getting better.
Yeah, so I put the 5 of us in a group chat, and then that way, whatever I send to Deuce and Pat, all of y'all will get. That way I won't have to keep sending it, because it's been a good amount of time doing that. I ain't gonna lie, sending that to y'all separately.
All right. I might go give me a phone in the morning, man. Later on today.
What you on right now?
I'm on a laptop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, either way, bro. Whatever you check your messages on, if you check your messages on the laptop, send me. I don't know, because I've been sending them to you on Facebook. I thought maybe you could see them there.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Yeah, so I'm gonna send me your number. Make sure I got your number if you do get a phone, and I'm gonna do a group chat for us and send y'all the videos that we're gonna talk about for next week to give y'all a chance. Because how's that been working out, Pat? Because we've been doing that for a little while now, and Deuce, how's that been working?
I like it. I like it because I mean you're able to get a little more context of what they're saying instead of the few minutes. And if we're gonna talk about it where others can really, get into it and feel the information, we at least have to have context. So like I like it.
So what is a max number? Give me a max number of videos I can send y'all a week.
Let's say anything more than 10 hours, 7 hours, because little videos are not going to be that, even though we can find a lot of things to talk about in a short video, I think the amount of videos doesn't really matter. It's just as long as it's not consuming too much of our time.
Okay. Yeah, I want to think about that. I want to think about y'all's time when I be doing that. So yeah.
Yeah, because I watch them a lot. Well, a lot of times I don't watch them. I listen going down. That's the one thing that I like about the iPhone, because even though you send it to me in a text, I don't have to deal with opening up YouTube. Yeah, I can just click on the video from the text message and let it play, and then to skip to the next one, So
Also, look into setting up a Reddit page for all of your followers from all platforms, and that way they can go there, see videos, suggest topics, talk, chat, whatever about anything.
Where?
Yes, that's a good idea. I was thinking about this because that's one of the videos that Doc is on fire tonight. One of the videos I saw, they was talking about a good way to build your they want you to talk to your subscribers throughout the week or through, in other ways, like through Twitter or whatever. Because we having these conversations, so we can have this transcourse with these people, throughout the week, and that'll help build buzz for the show and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like posting random subjects and then a thread, and then that'd be cool if we all could comment on a thread. What do y'all use? Do y'all use Twitter or I don't want to thread on Facebook because I hate Facebook, so I'm not gonna thread on there.
Use Reddit.
Okay, I wrote it down. I'm so
REDDIT.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay,
yeah. I'm
You can build your own channel. You can build your own thing. You can pick your own topics, all that fun stuff.
So can you link? I'll just look at it. I'm not going to answer no more questions. I'm going to look at it and I'm going to do that this week. I'll create a Reddit this week.
Like I say, you've been doing your channel through experience. I've been studying how to do a channel. I think we have some ideas we should get together with.
Yeah, we need to get together this week. I'd be nice to get together with you before I do the show. What is your schedule like? Like a Tuesday night would be good, or anytime Monday. Wait, hold on.
I'm off on
anytime
Monday.
Tuesday. You're off on Monday. Monday night. Then wait a minute. No, I gotta Monday night because I got something I gotta do Monday.
I work 6 days a week. Monday's my only day off.
Okay, so
but I only work nights.
So is Monday night good?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit you up. All right, y'all. Peace and love, y'all. Thank y'all for joining. I gotta wrap it.
All right.
Peace and love. Have a good one, y'all.
Yeah.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
All right, y'all. Have a good night. Next to see you.